Good afternoon.
Hello.
Well,
Good afternoon.
hi, Joseph.
Hi.
Look at all those bright and shiny faces. Welcome, Tom. It's nice to have you. We've been waiting a long time for somebody to come along like you. I think you must be muted. I can't hear you.
Okay.
There you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tom Gorentz.
Nice to meet you, Tom. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've been self-employed pretty much all my life. Different ventures, buy low, sell high, and involved with the city of Kansas City on different commissions and boards since Dr. Wheeler was mayor. So quite a long time, pretty active. I retired last November, semi-retired. I only work about 10 hours a day now instead of 18. So but I'm excited about being on the board, and I hope I can be an asset.
Well, I know you will be. It's nice for me to meet somebody who's been around longer than I have.
Yeah, a long time.
So have we got everybody on the board in here yet?
I think Ebbets is going to be on today. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no. Tom isn't here yet, is he?
No, he's not.
I believe he said he was going to be here.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody sing?
What'd you say, Tom?
Yeah, we can see you.
Oh, I said, can anybody sing?
Oh,
No.
not me. You don't want to hear me say. Oh, now we've got two Toms on the board, don't we?
Yeah, that's trouble.
What was for lunch, Tom?
A hummus wrap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got to make sure I was struggling to find the, where did it go? The staff reports. There we go. I think I've got my ducks in a row now. If I can get Zoom to behave. Oh, yeah. Okay. Tony is going to be here as well, right? Tony and Mark?
Tony
Mayor.
is here. Mark is not.
Oh, Tony's right there. Egad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right.
What other commissions and boards have you been on, Tom?
Well, I'm still on chronic nuisance, alcoholic beverage group, neighborhood tourist development fund. And then I was on the first district neighborhood neighborhood group
Uh-huh. Well, after the meeting's over, I want you to teach me about that buying low and selling high, okay?
I learned that at 14.
Mr. Ebbets is here.
Meeting ID followed by pound. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, oh my gosh, I've been talking all this time and no one could hear me. This is Ailey Parker. I'm sorry.
Well, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
How do I switch that? Let me see.
Miss Parker, I just promoted you because so you could tell us what your hand was raised for.
Because no one could hear me. So I was like, God, I don't want them to think I didn't join the call.
Okay. All right. Which case are you interested in?
I'm the fence exception. I want it to be 5 feet instead of the standard 4 feet.
Okay. All right. I'm going to put you back in the attendees list. That's just so that it's a kind of a Zoom bombing prevention thing. Trust you, but we never know who could have joined the attendee list. So I'm going to put you back over there. And then when we call your case, we'll promote you back over so you can be seen and heard for your case.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Parker,
No
your
problem.
case is docket number 8. So there'll be a few before yours.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mhm.
Jane, can you hear everybody and give us any instructions?
I can hear everybody. We're fine.
Okay. Is everybody ready to commence?
Staff, I believe staff is ready.
Okay.
I think Zach is having trouble joining.
Hey, Michael, are we missing the, oh, there's Tom. Hi, Tom.
Oh, looks like maybe he's there now. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're ready, Mike.
Okay. Then I would like to call the January 12th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Zoning Adjustment of Kansas City, Missouri to order. And before we commence the docket, I'd like to introduce and welcome Tom Gorence, our newest member, and we look forward to long and helpful service from you, Tom. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Welcome, Tom.
The first item on the agenda is to swear in staff. So if I could have all the staff raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And I think let's start with Jamie and introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, Jamie Hickey. I'm a staff planner.
Joe Rexwinkle.
Sorry, Joe.
Joe Rexwinkle, City Planning Department.
Wagbaji, City Planning.
Chris Huey, City Planning Development.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, thank you all. Let's go ahead and call case number 1. The property address is 2433 Vine Street. And would the applicant please come forward? Or I should say, raise your hand.
I believe the applicant is probably not attending the hearing because they've requested dismissal
Okay.
of this application.
Okay.
And I don't see anyone raising their hand either.
Okay. Do I have a motion to dismiss case 60, docket number 1?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Second.
all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This case is dismissed. And docket number 2, case number 54, the property address is 11801 East Bannister Road. Is the applicant present?
He is, and I will promote him right now.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Brian Hochstein with MKEC Engineering. I'm representing Grace Point Community Church.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to review the list of 9 administrative exhibits on page 7 of the staff report?
We have, yep.
Do you have any objection to their admission in this case?
We do not.
Those exhibits will be admitted, one of which is a PowerPoint presentation. And who's got this? Chris, would you give us the PowerPoint, please?
Absolutely. One moment while I share my screen here. Can everyone see that appropriately?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bear with me a second. It's on a different screen, so if I'm not looking at the camera, I'm still looking at you, everyone here. So today, as Joe stated, we have a special use permit for a religious assembly use at 11801 East Bannister Road on behalf of Grace Point Church. They did conduct necessary public engagement meetings on December 16th. Site's located kind of in the southeast quadrant of the city. Here's more of a specific location on Bannister Road. It is kind of towards the Lee Summit KCMO joint city boundary limits, but still in Kansas City, Missouri, obviously. The church has purchased a property that was formerly used as a garden center. Their proposal is to renovate the existing commercial building to convert it into a 200-seat sanctuary with 2 children's classrooms and 1 nursery. The proposed use requires a special use permit in the R80 zoning district, which will go into further analysis here shortly. There is an existing home on the property, so this will be retained still as a single family home and be used by the congregation leadership. There's a 3rd building on the property, which at this time there's no designated or intended use. When or if ever that there is a use proposed for that building, if it's accessory or commensurate with the existing church, then it would be just considered accessory use. If it is deemed a major change, then there potentially could be an amendment to the special use permit, but that would be a topic for another time. Here is the proposed site, or existing site, really. North is going to the right of your screen. You can see the existing home, sanctuary, and 3rd building and existing parking area. Here are the proposed exterior changes to the commercial building. Largely, they retain the building's general form and character, but they are adding a notable amount of exterior finishes, walkways, and an outdoor seating area. Here is the proposed landscape plan. Now I will zoom in here shortly more on this, a little closer to the development area. One kind of key aspect the city staff recommended at city planning commission level is that the church bring the parking lot up to code as much as practical. One of those being interior trees, which they've already resubmitted plans showing, as well as screening of the existing parking areas to the east and west property lines. Their revised plans also show that additional screening already in place. This is referenced in condition number 3 of the staff letter. Staff and the applicant are definitely in agreement with the proposed site changes and generally supportive here. We evaluated the parking standards for the proposed use. The home kind of self-parks itself because it is an existing 2-car garage. A religious assembly use with 200 seats is required to provide 1 space per 7 seats, which equates to about 29 parking spaces. The site currently has 33, so therefore they meet the parking requirements. These are the excerpts of the special use analysis criteria from the city's code. These are explained in detail in the staff letter, but are also kind of copied into the presentation here for just clarifications. It is important that the proposed use is compliant with the city's zoning development code. There are no foreseen negative impacts to the adjoining community or property owners. As far as keeping in the character, the site is existing structures where they're mostly making interior renovations and some architectural improvements to the exterior. There are no foreseen excessive traffic generation, noise, or lighting concerns, particularly on the traffic. Religious assembly uses typically are an off-peak hour, so therefore there's adequate roadway capacity to handle those off-peak hour traffic generations. Excuse me. There a couple of things to kind of bring up here is criteria 8851605D dealing with non-motorized travel. There is appropriate on-site internal pedestrian circulation. It is important to note that the sidewalk that was a previous condition of staff along East Bannister Road was recommended for removal by the CPC at their last meeting. Criteria 8851605E, this dealing with the adequate infrastructure. There is adequate infrastructure to serve the site. For sanitary sewer purposes, it is served by on-site sanitary or septic systems. Condition number 11 was modified at the CPC hearing to better reflect the on-site conditions and city procedures. One of the criteria to bring to your attention is the 8851605G, excuse me. This dealing with the landscaping requirements and the request to see staff to add additional screening to the parking lot, which we've already kind of covered, which the applicant's already shown in the revised plans prior to today's hearing. So with that, staff does recommend approval with conditions, and at the January 5th City Planning Commission meeting, they recommend approval with conditions and modifications. Those modifications are highlighted in red in the staff report to highlight what was amended at the CPC hearing. With that, I would stand for any questions or turn over to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions of staff from any board members? If not, Brian, would you go ahead with your presentation? Tell us why we should approve this permit.
Sure. Thank you, Chris. I think Chris did a great job of giving a good overview of what's going on here. Going from a garden center to a religious use, it certainly needed to go through this process. I would also further note, just for the board's information, this area is, pretty secluded down in the southeast corner. A lot of these tracts are held in trust or are farmland. So it's it's an undeveloped area. We did reach out to all the neighbors, of course, and held a public engagement meeting. We did not have any attendees, but since we did have some conversations with the neighbors, their primary concerns were regarding what type of religious institution they were. And we just answered what Grace Point Community Church is and directed them to their website. So on the rest of the stipulations, we agree. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions and turn it back over to you guys.
Thank you. Board members, any questions of the applicant? Is there anyone in the participant gallery that would like to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, I see one person. I'm going to go ahead and promote him.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Fel Bagunu, and I am the lead pastor at Grace Point Church. And I just wanted to say thank you for...
Before you testify, Pastor, I need to swear you in. You solemnly swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, that's not a problem. Sorry, I needed to follow procedures. I get that. I just wanted to come on here, introduce myself. Again, I'm Dr. Fel Bagunu. I'm the lead pastor of Grace Point Church, which I planted in Lee Summit in 2010. And just this year, this property opened up on 11801 East Bannister Road. The previous owners were Jan and Wayne Vineyard, who owned Longview Gardens. And we felt that it was good for us to purchase this property and establish our congregation here. We want to make sure that we want to engage in both cities and the surrounding metro area and be a positive influence to our community. And we want to do all our part to be that agent. So I just wanted to come on here and just say thank you for considering this matter before you.
Thank you, Pastor. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
If we have no questions from board members, I would entertain a motion.
Chairman Kelleher, I have a motion. Mark Ebbets here. In case number 54, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. The permit is granted. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you for your time today.
So docket number 3 is case number 62. The address of the property is 3704 Central Street. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe the applicant's present. This is another case for dismissal.
Oh, I see that. I'm sorry.
No, no problem.
Okay, do we have a motion to dismiss case 62?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Case number 62 is dismissed. Docket number 4 is case number 32. The address is 7801 East Truman Road. Is the applicant present? The
applicant, please raise their hand for this case. This is 7801 East Truman.
It also looks like this one has a quorum, and it looks like Teresa's on it.
Yeah, this one does have a quorum. The applicant is Ed Shepherd.
Okay, I'm promoting the applicant now.
Thanks, Joe. And on my screen, it shows the quorum that's required. Otto, Kelleher, Steeler, Ebbets, and Benuki. So, but Otto is out, so we have 4. We do have enough.
Okay. Who is the applicant? I'm not seeing the applicant.
Mr. Shepherd is the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Shepherd, we need to explain to you that 5 members of the board heard part of your case before. One of those,
correct.
One of those members is not present. Therefore, if you proceed with the remaining 4 members who are present, you would have to have the affirmative vote of each of those persons in order to obtain approval. If you wish to wait until such time as the full 5-member component of the board is present, we can grant you a continuance.
I know that my client is, they're trying to get this done. The only thing that we had left from last time, I believe, was approval of a landscaping plan. So I would think at this time that we would want to move forward. This is an existing facility that we're looking at doing some renewing the SUP that's there and then making some changes to the building to upgrade the facility.
Very well. Do you have any objection to the admission of the 9 administrative exhibits listed in the staff report on page 9?
No.
Okay. One of those.
Mr. Chair, this is Joe. I think I'm going to ask Sarah to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is a special use permit, and I think you can act in simple majority to approve those. like a three votes. Is that right, Sarah?
I don't believe so. The simple majority applies to the fence cases.
Oh, okay. I got
Or
those mixed
special
up. Okay, thank you.
Yep, sure.
Okay. So Olafu, do you want to present the PowerPoint, please?
Do you want a representation, or do you want me to just give you an update based on the last action by this
Just
body?
the update, I think, unless some board member contradicts me.
Okay, I'll just go through the site. As you can see, it's down on the east side, on the southeast corner of Truman and Manchester, next to the Blue River and I-435 on the east and the Blue River on the west. This, again, the request before you is to approve a special use permit that allows for waste transfer station at this location. This actually was approved back in 2016, January 12th, for a period of 5 years, and that is expiring today. So this approval, if granted, will allow the operation to continue for the next 5 years. And let me just go further to where we were.
To point out, I was here for this case, so I can vote on this one. I'm not listed on the quorum though.
Oh, you were, you say you were?
She was here for that case, yeah.
Okay,
Once he started diving into it, yeah, I was here for this one.
okay.
I remember that, Randy.
Okay.
So what happened was, this was the landscape plan that was submitted by the applicant, and staff had additional corrections that they installed landscaping, especially along the public right-of-way, which is North Manchester. This property is owned by the city, and rather than put a condition that we could not fulfill, the board sent, I want to say, both staff and the applicant back to see if it was doable to install the landscaping on public owned land. Since then, I have I met with the applicant and they've submitted a revised landscaping plan. I also circulated that plan to Public Works Department, General Service Department, and Water Service Department to see if this is doable. All departments agree that we can do it, and they are just trying to run it up the ladder to make sure what that agreement will look like and as to content. As a result, I ran it by the applicant, who said they are also willing to accept the conditions, and I have 2 additional conditions to add, which I added to my staff report, and I will show you those conditions, bringing the total condition of approval to 15. So the additional condition I have is that the landscape plan be approved by staff prior to issuance of building permit. And the other condition is that the developer enter into an agreement with City of Kansas City, Missouri General Services Department for the installation and maintenance of the required landscaping on KCMO property prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. And the reason for this is that with this first condition, I have the opportunity to then have the landscape plan approved both by, I think it has to be approved by Public Works and Water Services. And then we will then make sure the landscaping is installed prior to issuance of the final C of O for them to go ahead and move. So once they will not get their building permit till we approve the landscaping, and then it will be installed prior to occupancy. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval, again, subject to the 15 conditions, and that was how City Plan Commission's recommendation was also for approval. And that ends my report.
Okay, well then, so are you saying that the 2 conditions that you just had up on the screen, are those just revisions to your report or additions to your report?
There are 2 new conditions added to my report.
Okay, thank you. So any board member making a motion will need to refer to those. And I have a question for legal counsel. As a lawyer, I'm always leery of agreements to agree. So I'm wondering if there's any problem with us granting approval, even though this agreement with the city has yet to be signed. Or can we make our approval condition on that?
Yeah, I have not been a party to these discussions, so I haven't seen, you know, if there's a draft agreement, for example, I'm not aware of that. So I think the way it's written, so I guess your question is, rather than it just saying, making the agreement a condition of issuance of the C of O, you're suggesting it be a condition of approval of the SUP, is that?
Well, let me see. Let me go back and see those two additional conditions, Olafu, if you would. Well, okay, so if number 4 there actually takes care of my question, does it not? I mean, it's a condition. If the condition isn't met, they can't get a building permit and go forward and get a certificate of occupancy.
Yes, right. Yeah, I think it does. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't suggesting it needed to be a condition of approval. I think the way it's written does address your concern.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree after I look at it again.
Okay.
Any board members have any questions? If there's anyone in the audience that would like to testify in favor of or in opposition to this application, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands being raised, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman Kelleher, I have a motion. In case number 32, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report, which include the additional conditions added, conditions 3 and 4.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your permit has been granted. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, docket number 5 is case number 89. The property address is 5901 Rock Hill Road. Is the applicant present? If so, please raise your hand.
Applicant has requested continuance on this case. I'm not sure they plan on being present.
Okay, does staff have a recommendation on fee?
No fee.
Okay.
And just a 1 month continuance, 1 month.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, 1 month.
It's February 9th, right?
Correct.
Do I have a motion to continue case number 89 to February 9th, 2021 without fee?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Ebbets.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This case is continued until February 9th. Docket number 6 is case number 55. The property address is 9201 Warnell Road. Would the applicant please raise your hand?
Again, on this case, the City Plan Commission continued this case, so it has not been acted upon by that board. So we'll have to continue this to the February 9th meeting.
Without fee, I assume?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to continue case number 55 without fee to February 9th, 2021?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, chair votes with the motion. This case is continued until February 9th. Docket number 7 is case number 49. The location of the property is 1420 Wabash Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
I just promoted the applicant. And I would ask the applicant, there's someone else that raised their hand named Jason. Should he be promoted as well, Jamie? Someone promoted him.
I'm not certain.
Okay. Omar, is Jason on your applicant team?
Yeah, Jason's one of our founders.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, I believe both applicants are on at this time.
I'm sorry, Joe, you were breaking up. What'd you say?
I said I believe both of the applicants are online at this time.
Okay, gentlemen, please raise your hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please introduce yourselves by name.
My name is Omar Khalil. I'm with Idris Design Build, and I'm here to represent SLCC.
Okay. Is there anyone else going to testify on behalf of the applicant?
I have a few of my team members here participating, but unless you guys have any questions for us, then we'll just.
All right, if we need them, we'll ask them to be sworn in later. Do you have any objection to the admissions of exhibits 1 through 8 listed in the staff report?
No, I do. No, we do not.
We'll show those exhibits admitted, one of which is a PowerPoint. Jamie, would you please present your PowerPoint?
Lovely. What we have before you is a special use permit application for a marijuana processing facility. It is located at 1420 Wabash Avenue. The zoning of that property is B4-5, which is why this request requires a special use permit. This use is allowed as of right in other zoning districts. The applicant did hold a public meeting on December 7th. This property is located again at 1420 Wabash. It's just outside, it's right off the I-70 loop. So again, here you can see it's right past Truman on Wabash, which dead ends at the on-ramp to I-70, and it's just west of Prospect Avenue. So a little background on this use. Marijuana processing is a legal use under Missouri state law that occurred after the Constitutional Amendment 2 was adopted on November 6th in 2018. As far as local ordinance, ordinance number 190430 was passed in July of 2019, and that allows for marijuana processing facilities in B4 zoning districts with the approval of a special use permit. This is the first marijuana processing facility special use permit that's come before CPC or BZA. We've had other similar uses approved, but they were approved as of right. They did not need to, were not required to go through this process. We'll take a look at the site here in a moment, but it should be noted that the gravel parking lot on the adjacent site that the applicant is proposing to be using for their site is owned by MoDOT and under the MoDOT jurisdiction and not subject to our regulation. And again, this use is allowed by right in all manufacturing districts. It's just the B4 zoning district that triggers the need for a special use permit. So here's their site plan, and it's an existing single-story commercial building. And then there is the gravel lot just north that is owned again by MoDOT. I say that because we would often require an applicant to make surface improvements to their parking lot. However, this lot is actually not within our jurisdiction. There are a few photos of the site. It's this white building here. It does have kind of an overhead door entry on the east side, and again, like the gated lot out to the north. This is a view from the I-70 on-ramp. You can see the parking lot with the building beyond. The CPC did recommend approval of this case. After some deliberation, they decided to put a time limit on this special use permit, so the applicant would have to come back after 10 years. And then there are 8 other conditions associated with the approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant to speak about the project a bit more.
Any board members have questions of staff?
Chairman,
Yes.
Tom Gorenz, I have a question on the security of it. I assume they're not going to have a sign stating what they do there. And are we going to depend on the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department to be security, or are they going to have their own?
Yeah, we have our own security, and I'm not sure if I have one of our head of security, Captain Ron Johnson. You guys may know him. He's from, he was the chief of police in during the Ferguson riots. So he's on our team. I'm not sure if he's here. He raised his hand, but he can speak more on our security department.
I was just concerned of not using the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department, but have your own, so it doesn't become a cost factor for Kansas City.
Would you like to hear from the security staff, Tom?
If he says secured, I would. Anyone else want to hear from him?
I'd like to hear from him. Go ahead and swear him in, Mike.
Okay. Would you have your security professional raise his hand, please? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Mr. Johnson, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Okay. Please tell us about your plans for securing this location.
Well, we will have an on-site security on our campus that will go between this building and another potential building we'll have across the street at 1421 Wabash. We've got surveillance cameras that'll be 24-hour surveillance. We will contract with a security company that will also have a roving patrol if we need a response. We have been in contact with 2 majors at the Kansas City Police Department and also the community affairs officer for that district there. And he's actually come out to our building, looked at it, given us some crime stats, some suggestions. And so we'll continue to work with the Kansas City Police Department and make sure that they can work with our security company.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, further questions from board members of either witness? Mr. Khalil, do you have anything to add in support of your application?
No, sir. We just want to thank you for the opportunity to do business in the fine city of Kansas City, Missouri, and just thank the board and the staff.
Thank you. All right. So if there's anyone in the audience that is in support of or in opposition to this application and would like to testify, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do have a question of staff or Sarah. If we have an off-street parking requirement, which we do, so we have provisions where off-site parking can take place, what difference does it matter whether we regulate it or not? It either complies or it doesn't. I'm not understanding how the lack of jurisdiction means that compliance isn't required.
And Sarah, you maybe can correct me if I'm wrong, but we can't mandate that MoDOT makes surface improvements. They're not subject to our zoning requirements. They can use the parking lot for their use. We just can't mandate that they make improvements to the lot.
So they're not utilizing compliant parking. They don't have to use that. They could use another lot. Or they could find another way to provide parking like every other business does. That it's close, I understand the convenience, but it still doesn't comply with our requirements.
Well, one of the conditions that were on there was to, have a pervious parking on there. But like she said, it's on MoDOT. We have reached out to MoDOT. They haven't had any opposition as far as doing any improvements on the site. But it would be a significant cost for us to put like a water retention system there. As far as just the gravel being there, we are going to be within, the ordinances and the codes as far as parking and having enough space there to support the facility. The facility is probably not going to have more than maybe 6 at the most employees in the building at all times. So, and outside of deliveries, there won't be much traffic there on the site. And the previous owner had a lot more traffic on the site than we did. They had trucks and several vehicles, and we just purchased this property in January of 2020. So I think we still, if you guys have that as a condition, and we can add that to the building permit conditions, and then we'll address it at that point. But I think we're meeting all the requirements up to this point.
Mr. Creel, I have a question. You said that if we required improvements to the parking lot, you'd have to install some kind of detention system?
Well, that's what's happening across the street with Taco Bell. I'm not, and we're waiting to hear back from the city on whether or not we're going to have to proceed with that work. We have Anderson Survey on deck after this meeting, and they were going to do a topo survey to kind of identify that if we had that need. And Jay Odell is from Aubrey Enterprises. He's our civil engineer. We're just kind of waiting for direction from the city on what we should do moving forward.
Jamie, what is their parking requirement for this use?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was just,
Sorry,
Mr. Chair, I was just asking Jamie what the parking requirement for the use was.
I'd have to look at it again. I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. I can do the calculation really quickly though. Hold on.
It says 7, right, in the staff report?
That sounds correct. Yeah, sorry, I just didn't recall that detail.
It says 2.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet for a requirement of 7. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate. Yes, sorry, I just didn't recall that figure off the top of my head.
As I'm scrolling through the staff report, and I see a site plan, but I don't see, is accessible parking provided? Bicycle, short-term, long-term, or the aisle depths, widths are compliant? Are the parking stations size compliant? Is the lighting compliant? There's nothing there. And so I'm still kind of just going back to, just because the folks that own that property don't have to comply with the zoning and development code requirements, how does that make it, how do we get around the requirements?
Well,
yeah, I think that's a good question. I'm a little confused because the staff report is written, and it says it complies with the code. So is that not accurate? Do we need to do some further analysis on this? I don't know if Joe or Jamie can respond to that.
Mr. Stiller, before he responds, I guess I'm trying to clarify your primary concern is the parking requirements or the requirement of some kind of improvement to the parking lot?
Well, I guess I'm saying all that as one. for off-street parking, there are a series of requirements: paving, parking stations, quantity, sizes, aisle widths, lighting, screening, whole series of requirements. And at a glance, none of which I see that this particular lot that they are wanting to use complies with. In other cases, if somebody has access to a lot that is off their site, they can use those, but then they have to meet the standards. And I'm not understanding why in this particular case, they're not required to meet the standards.
Is there a precedent set for properties that are owned by MoDOT and you know, that are adjacent to I-70 and this, you know, the way that our property is? Because I would assume the reason why MoDOT owns it is because it's parallels the frontage road there, and if there was ever a need for some improvements on that frontage road or I-70, then if we, you know, modified their property, then, you know, that would kind of be a waste of money.
Joe, did you have a response to the previous question, or Jamie?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I think what the staff report is saying is that 7 spaces are required. And if you look at the lot that's there, though it is owned by MoDOT, there appears to be sufficient space to park 7 cars. If the board thinks that they should park those 7 cars on a lot that meets current code, then options already exist in the zoning code to allow them to do off-site parking on a different parking lot. But they wouldn't have to do that unless you were to condition that they do that. So I'm not sure if that gets at Mr. Stiller's concern, but that would, since we don't believe we have the ability to make them upgrade the existing lot to the north of the building, that would be the best path to get the cars parked on a lot that does conform with the code.
Well, with that thought process, that leads me to think that the board doesn't have the authority to require anybody to improve their parking lot that's not on the subject property. If a property wants to utilize another site for their parking, the board can't compel that other property owner in any way to do. They have to agree to do it with the entity that wants to lease those spaces. So I think I'm hearing a distinction without a difference.
I think what's happened is the applicant stating that they have, I'm assuming, some sort of lease with MoDOT to utilize that parking lot. What Jamie is saying, since MoDOT owns it and we realize it doesn't meet code, we don't believe we have the ability to tell them to make them upgrade it. So we either let them park on a lot that doesn't meet code, or we ask them to park on a lot that does meet code, and you just make that a condition of your approval, and they have to go find someone who's willing to do it. And if they can't, then they would have to come back before this board.
That makes sense to me. Thank you. Thank you, Director Michael. The only thing that I'm missing out of that is on the site plan, I don't see adequate dimensions so that we can understand that the size of the parking stalls and the aisle widths are compliant. Those are things that if I'm correct, the board doesn't have the ability to vary.
Well, we submitted another drawing set, a set of drawings for the building permit that actually has a more developed site plan. And when we submitted this original plan for special use permit, we wasn't finished with that. So we can forward that information on you, but these do raise a few important questions. There are a couple of conditions that you guys have on the staff report, particularly condition 2 and condition 8, which states that we have to extend the public sanitary stormwater conveyance system, and we also have to do a storm drainage analysis. Would those conditions still be required if we don't have to modify the parking lot? And just so you also know, we do own the property across the street, and we own the building on Truman Road, which has about 17 parking spaces there. And then if we did include the off-street parking, I think we would have enough parking to satisfy the code.
Are we running into the same problem that if the studies show that they're going to need to retain X amount of water for X amount of time on that parking lot, yet that they can't execute that, then they're back in a sort of a catch-22 because they have approval, but they can't comply because MoDOT won't comply. Won't work with them to meet our requirements.
Did the applicant just say though that they have alternate parking that they have themselves own or lease that would meet the requirements for the special use permit and thus obviate this whole discussion about MoDOT's lot? Did I hear that right?
Yes, across the street. We had to purchase, when we purchased the building on 1420, it was owned also by the previous owner. The building across the street was also owned by the previous owner at 1421 Wabash. And then we had parking to the north of 1421. And the parking that we thought was available there was purchased by Taco Bell, who has since demolished the car wash and built a new facility there. So we had to purchase the building to the south of us, which is 2500 to 2512 East Truman Road. And that building we have plans to demolish a portion of that in the future. But the parking there will support both the building at 1421, the Truman building, and a portion of 1420. But I don't think it's necessary. I think, like it was stated before, we have plenty of parking to support the building at 1420 on that north parking lot that's owned by MoDOT. You know, the issue is whether or not we have to bring it up to code.
Not to pile on, but I wonder too, if we don't get ourselves in a tangle, if in lieu of just providing a variance, not requiring those off-street parking spaces versus approving non-compliant lots that may indeed be non-compliant in terms of items that aren't variable by the Board of Zoning Adjustment in and of themselves, and getting in conflict with other departments with stormwater issues, drainage requirements, and things of that nature.
Yeah, there was good points.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
May I ask staff, so is Mr. Stiller correct that by approving this, we may be removing additional conditions to this development in terms of stormwater management, et cetera, because they can't be built on or required of MoDOT?
I think that the stormwater related conditions that were referenced in there, and they're in they're the ones recommended by Stacy Lowe, are in there because the plans that were presented indicate that there's a parking lot that's going to be utilized on the north side of the building. It doesn't have sufficient detail in the drawing to tell her whether they're actually going to repave it or not. And looking at the site right now, it's barely paved is what it looks like. So without that information, Stacy has to assume they are going to repave it, which is probably why she made those conditions. But if they're not going to repave it, then I would imagine some of those conditions just won't be triggered.
Yeah, we have on our notes on our site plan for the architectural sheet set that we presented or submitted for the application for the building permit that we were not going to pave it. Again, we're leasing this space from MoDOT, and the reason why it's not paved right now from the previous owner was for the same reason. They were leasing it and they were told that they weren't able to modify the parking lot. So we planned on, if we were, I had a discussion the other day with the civil engineer, and we were thinking about putting pavers on a portion of the parking lot, and then also striping the area where we're going to have ADA parking and adding, sort of a concrete entrance for the north entrance. But it's really up to the city on how we proceed because it's not our property. So that's kind of where we're at with it.
And if we just take MoDOT out of the picture, say they've got a lot across the street that's gravel, and a lot of other items may not comply. Do we grant that even though that adjacent property owner refuses to allow the lessor or the leasee to make improvements? I mean, is that condition enough that the board then just grant that because another property owner won't allow the required improvements to be made?
Well, I'm not hearing that MoDOT won't allow them. I think the applicant's saying because they don't own the lot, they don't want to make them. And so it would seem to me that at this point, if we want to see some specific condition imposed on the applicant related to the parking lot, or if we want to specify exactly what we want in terms of compliance with parking and code requirements, that we can continue the case until and allow the applicant time to work with staff to come up with conditions or factors that would satisfy us. Or you can simply condition the granting of the approval today upon a specific condition related to parking.
Mr. Chairman, would it, or to whoever, would another option for them be just to add on a variance request to this application so that they won't have to meet the parking requirements? And their argument for the variance would be, well, we have enough parking space available to us. It just doesn't comply with the specifics of the code. I don't know if that's something the board can do. I'm just kind of asking if that's a good idea or not.
Can we do that at this stage, Sarah?
Well, I have a question. We are on a timeline with the DHSS with the state of Missouri. So we have a commencement inspection deadline that we have. So I would prefer that we didn't get hung up on the BZA and have this continued. If you do have any conditions, we would appreciate it if you can add those conditions to the approval and we can satisfy those conditions during the building permit process.
Yet another question for staff. When was the building built? Did they have any grandfathered parking spaces?
I'd have to look at the exact built date, but it does appear to be built prior to 1951, if I were to guess. So there probably is some, but I would have to do a little bit of research on the previous use and the year the building was built to answer that fully.
I understand. And I guess I'd like not to guess. I am just one board member, but there's just a lot of loose ends, unique requests here that I'm a little nervous about setting a precedent as to how we handle the off-street parking requirements at remote locations. Right now we've got a situation where we've got an owner on a remote lot that may or may not want to allow improvements. And I don't know that meets all the requirements for a variance.
Well, Mr. Stiller, can I ask this question? This is a fairly unique situation to have such properties existing like this next to each other, but are you saying that you would be totally satisfied if the applicant would bring the parking lot up to code.
Certainly.
And so I asked the applicant, is that something you can agree to?
Yeah, I think we can. I was just assuming that the conditions that were presented to us in the CPC section of the hearing was bringing us up to code.
Well, but what you're hearing now is that the board, or at least one board member, is not happy with that, and they would like to see the parking lot owned by MoDOT brought up to code. And if you're, I think you'd go a long ways to getting approval today if you would agree to do that.
Okay, before I do that, my compliance director is raising her hand and she's asking to speak. So I want to give her an opportunity to respond to this discussion. Her name is Katie Davies.
I promoted her.
Okay.
Hi, hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I need to be sworn in.
You solemnly swear to tell testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, sir.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you. My name is Katie Davies. I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for SLCC. I think the board is hitting on some really important points rather, but two things that I wanted to make clear. The first is deadline. We have already received an extension from DHSS for our commencement inspection. It's a hard deadline of April 28th. My fear is that if we continue this hearing for further analysis, we will not be able to reach that deadline, which will result potentially in us losing our license. We've reached out to DHSS to see what their tolerance is for an additional extension, and right now they're not willing to grant that. So with that in mind, I would respectfully request the BZA either attach the condition that we find off-site parking, which we have available to us across the street, or add the condition that we bring the existing parking lot up to code. My fear is that if we kick this down the road, we won't meet DHSS's deadline and puts our license in jeopardy.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Ms. Davies, and I know that what you're saying is accurate. DHS has been difficult to deal with. So,
For the record, sir, you said that, not me.
Staff, how should such an additional condition be worded?
I think I might be able to suggest something that would give them some flexibility if MoDOT's going to be resistant to upgrading the parking lot. So what I would suggest adding as a condition that says that the applicant, if utilizing the parking lot north of the building owned by MoDOT to satisfy their minimum parking requirement, shall bring the parking lot up to code. If they cannot bring it up to code, the applicant shall utilize a nearby parking lot to satisfy the minimum parking requirement, and that parking lot shall be brought up to code if it isn't already. That's my suggestion. So in other words, if they utilize the parking lot north of the building, bring it up to code. If MoDOT doesn't work with them on that and doesn't allow it, then they can utilize their other parking lot or some other nearby lot in compliance with the code and bring that one up to the zone, to the code, to code with regard to the landscaping and parking standards.
Okay, any questions from any board members about that additional condition? I would first, I guess I need to ask if there's anybody in the audience in opposition to this application. If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay, so Mr. Stiller, are you prepared to make a motion with that additional condition?
Yes, I am. If you would remind me, if I can't find what case this is, case number
49.
49, I would move that the applicant's request be granted with the condition that that the parking lot abutting in north of the property owned by MoDOT can be brought up to compliance with all of the zoning and development code requirements if MoDOT is unwilling to allow them to make those improvements, then they find another lot and bring that lot into compliance with the zoning and development code.
And that's in addition to all the other conditions in the staff report, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Kelleher, Mark Ebbets here to confirm that was a 10-year expiration on this Board of Zoning adjustment. Correct.
You're correct. That's right. Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second, Ebbets.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your permit's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 8, case number 99. The property address is 1936 Montgall Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
I'm promoting the applicant right now.
Thank you. Ms. Parker, would you please raise your hand? You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? You're on mute, I think, Ms. Parker.
I do.
Okay, there you go. Say your name again, please.
Ailey Parker.
Okay. Very good. Ailey, have you had an opportunity to review the list of administrative exhibits that have been prepared for your case? There are no, they're not 13 of them. They're 10 listed on page 3 of the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sarah. I just wanted to add that, yeah, the numbers kind of jump around. I think you've pointed that out, that there's 10 exhibits, but we need to add, I would suggest anyway, adding an exhibit 11, chapter 27, which is the fence code. Those provisions are not in chapter 88. So.
Okay.
That would still make it 10, 4 in that list. So I think adding the fence code would still make it 10 exhibits.
Okay, do you have any objection to those 10 exhibits being admitted?
Would it? Wouldn't it make it 11?
It's 11, I think.
Yeah, because it goes 8, 10 to 13, the way they're numbered now. But I think if we fix that, it would make it 10.
But there's still no number 4 in the list. It goes 1, 2, 3, 5.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, yeah, the numbers, okay.
I didn't see a list at all. Where would I have found that list?
It's on page 3 of the staff report.
I don't know if I got a staff report. Was it emailed to me or?
No, it's available on Compass. I can pull it up and share the screen.
Oh, because I kept looking at my account and I hadn't seen anything on there.
One moment. Okay. And again, this is found on your Compass. Apologize, this computer is not. So here's the Compass site, the attachment, the staff report. And here is the list of exhibits. And
Are you trying to share your screen, Jamie? I don't see
Yes,
it.
but you're right, I'm not. I apologize. Here we are.
My eyeballs.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I never even saw this list.
Yes, it's available in your staff report, which is available on Compass and was posted last week.
Okay. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what was your question?
Well, I'm asking if you have any objection to the admission of those exhibits and plus one more that was described by Sarah and our legal counsel. These are These are things that we have to have admitted in order to consider virtually every case.
Oh, okay. So I need to go on Compass and submit those?
If you, yes, if you don't have any objection, we'll show those exhibits submitted.
Okay, no, I don't have any objections. Thank you.
Very well. One of those is a PowerPoint presentation. Jamie, would you present that, please?
Yes, one moment. Okay. To confirm, you all are seeing the PowerPoint slides now, correct?
Yes, please.
Great. The multiple monitors makes it a little tricky sometimes.
Oh, no, I'm still seeing the staff report.
Yeah, that's what I see.
Right.
I see the picture below it, though.
Okay,
Slightly.
let me stop. How about, great. All right, sorry about that. Zoom doesn't always work the way you want it to. What we have before you is a request for a special exception at 1936 Montgomery Avenue. The applicant is seeking approval for a 5-foot fence in the front and side yards where 4 feet is permitted. The property is located on the central eastern part of the city. More specifically, it is on Montgomery Avenue, just south of where it terminates at Railroad right-of-way. And it is just 1 block east of Prospect Avenue. As you can see, the subject property is somewhat secluded. There's several vacant parcels surrounding the neighborhood, or surrounding the house in the neighborhood, which I believe leads much to her concern in the request for the taller fence. Again, she is seeking an exception of 1 feet or 25% increase to the allowed fence height. Her stated rationale is for security, keeping people from entering her property without her knowledge. And I do believe she has more detail on that to share with you. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions on this request or turn it over to the applicant to speak about her specific case.
Questions from board members of staff?
Mark Ebbets, do we have a site plan, Jamie, that shows the fence? All I'm seeing is a picture.
In the staff report, there should be kind of a pretty rudimentary drawing of her site, kind of showing it's along just the whole property. She wants a 5-foot fence. She used kind of an aerial image was that included in the staff report? I apologize.
Yes, it is included.
Great, sorry about that.
Okay, Ms. Parker, please tell us why we should grant your application.
I purchased the house last June, moved in January of 2020, and there was a rash of events that just kept happening. The fence was not ever in my plan to have one in the front, just in the back. But then after people banging on my doors at 1 o'clock in the morning, screaming, people going through the yard. My grandchildren were with me during the beginning of the pandemic, and I was in the basement and they screamed somebody was looking through the window. It's a lot of homeless people in the area. And it didn't look like it originally when I bought the house. It looked like a nice, quiet neighborhood, but there's a lot of activity going on around here, being that I'm in between Prospect and Benton, and even the dead end where the train track is, people just wander from Prospect and Benton and come from the dead end and just come through. And it's just a safety issue for me. I feel like I'd sleep better at night. I don't have to worry about my grandchildren going outside on the porch. I don't even want them on the porch unless I'm with them. So I would just feel a little bit safer just with 1 more extra foot and just, closing in my yard.
What are you proposing to build the fence out of?
Black aluminum.
Okay, what kind of top would it have?
Aluminum as well. Okay. Their panels are black aluminum panels with the aluminum post as well.
Okay. Why would the additional 1 foot in the front matter?
I just feel like I just feel like 4 foot, I feel like is easier to hop over than a 5 foot. I would love a 6 foot fence, but I didn't think you guys would approve it. So I said, well, I better just ask for 5. But so it just make me feel like they can't get over it. My grandkids won't be able to get over it. Mainly, I just feel like it's just the taller it is, I feel like maybe people will be a little bit more detoured of climbing over it.
Okay.
Ms. Parker, is the fence, can you see through the fence or is it solid black
Yes.
panels?
No, it's no panels. It's like balusters, if you will, kind of like, yeah, you can see all the way through it.
Kind of like a picket fence or
Yes.
wrought iron kind of thing, but it's aluminum.
Yeah, like an iron fence, exactly. It's just made out of aluminum.
Is there any other board member questions for the applicant?
Ma'am, does it go, are you gonna put it all the way around, fully enclose your lot? It's hard to tell from your drawing here.
Well, the very back is vinyl panels, which is privacy. It'll come halfway on the south side of my yard, and then the aluminum will come around the front and then meet it on the side, like halfway through where my house would be halfway, I guess you'd say. So the vinyl fence and the aluminum fence will meet.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the picture. The vinyl one is kind of white. Is that
Yeah,
right?
an oatmeal-y kind of color, yes.
Okay, so the
the
fence
side
you're,
I'm sorry.
so the fence you're proposing will go in the front and then just go down the side of your house and meet up with the existing fence where it is?
Yes. So you'll be able to see in, you just won't, I just don't want anyone to come in.
No, I understand that.
I'm sorry, Tony, were you finished?
I'm done. Yep.
Have you spoken to your neighbors about your proposal?
Oh yeah, we always communicate. My neighbor across the street, she's getting her fence done too by Lowe's for the same reason. She's tired of people cutting through her backyard, going through the alley, and she's got great grandchildren and she wants to be able to play outside safely with those young children as well. So I've let my neighbors know everything that I've done, even before I knew I had to have a hearing or a special exception request for this. So they've been very understanding. They think it looks very nice. They text me and say, wow, that fence, it's going to look great. We like your privacy fence. So they said I kind of inspired them to start doing things with their homes as well.
Is your neighbor going to build one 5 feet tall as well?
No. She's not doing her front. She's doing the back because of the people cutting through that back of the alley.
I see. Okay. Let me ask if there's anyone in the audience in support of or in opposition to this application, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Thank you. Seeing none, does anyone have a motion on this case?
Chairman Kelleher, in case number 99, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? One? Was there one vote in opposition? No, everyone's in favor. The chair votes with the motion. Your application has been granted.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a great day, all of you.
So docket number 9 is case number 64. The property location is 7146 Main Street. Would the applicant please raise her hand?
The applicant has requested dismissal of this case. I'm not certain they plan to attend.
Okay. Do I have a motion to dismiss case number 64?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Case number 64 is dismissed. And docket number 10 is case number 82. The property address is 4338 Rock Hill Road. Is the applicant present? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to promote Dwayne Hodges. And I'd ask Dwayne to confirm whether CBP is also the applicant, or Jamie, if either of them know.
I'm not certain on that.
Dwayne, do you know if CBP is your client or the owner of the property?
Yes, Chad Beatty is the owner of the property, yes.
I'll promote CBP.
Wayne, Mark Evans here. Good to see you.
Good to see you, thank you.
Okay, would you please raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Dwayne Hodges.
And we have the applicants, CBP. Have you been sworn?
I have not, no.
Okay, you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at the exhibits listed in the staff report, Mr. Hodges, on page 4, 9 of them?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to their admission?
I do not.
Show exhibits 1 through 9 admitted, one of which is the PowerPoint presentation. Jamie, would you please present that item?
Yes. So what we have before you is a request for a variance for side and front yard setbacks, as well as the location of an accessory structure. The property at 4338 Rock Hill Road is considered a through lot. There are right-of-way on both the front and rear of the lot, so it does require anything built in what the owner would consider the rear yard. It does require a front setback variance. So this property is located in the kind of the Midtown area. More specifically, it is on Rock Hill Road, just west of Gillum Road and north of 44th Street. As you can see, the lot is kind of a unique shape, and it does have frontage along both Locust and Rock Hill, which does make it a through lot. The applicant is proposing, and this is sort of an overview, detailed overview of what they're requesting. So because accessory buildings and structures are prohibited in the front and street side yards, a variance is required to allow it in the front yard, which is really the rear of the owner's home. There is currently an accessory structure at the rear of the yard, or the rear of the home, and they are looking to replace it. And that is the structure that is requesting both the side and front yard variances, as well as the location of being in the technical front yard. Quick view of what they're proposing the garage to look like. Excuse me. Again, their first request is the side yard setback. They're looking for a 1.5 foot or 100% variance from that request, so it will be at the property line, the side property line. The second request is the front setback variance. We would require any structure to be 25 feet from the front property line. However, again, this is a technical front yard and would be considered the rear of the home for the property owner. So it will be at what they would consider their rear property line. And again, this is the location of an accessory building in the front yard. And again, it is the rear of the home for the property owner. So they are requesting to have an accessory structure located there. I would be happy to answer any questions on this request. We do see these from time to time. They're a little uncommon to have a through lot, but otherwise I would let the applicant speak on their own behalf.
Thank you, Jamie. Anybody have any questions of Jamie regarding her report? Seeing none, Mr. Hodges, tell us why we should grant this application.
There is currently a garage that's almost identical in the same place, in the same position, but it is dilapidated to the point that it's not useful to use anymore. So our smallest two-car garage is 20 by 20. The lot is 20 feet there, and we're going 26 feet deep with that, and that'll allow them to be able to utilize a two-car garage.
Okay. Let me ask anyone in the audience that wishes to testify in support or in opposition to this application, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Very good. Is there a motion?
Mr. Hodges, before you do it, Mike, Mr. Hodges, is the outside of the garage going to be similar to the, looks like a terracotta on the existing house?
We are doing lap siding on the face of the garage. And that'll be, hang on one second, let me look at my notes.
Mr. Beatty, while he's looking, was the old garage of this lap siding, or was it more architecturally similar to your home?
No, it is lap siding. What's left of it? A good chunk of the existing lap siding right now has been termite eaten and is rotting away.
And it appears it's not attached to the home, Mr. Beatty, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, the home is mainly brick, and we are doing the lap siding on the front, and then we're using cement fiber panel siding on the sides and the rear.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in case number 82, I would move that the board grant the variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. Your permit has been granted. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would propose we take a 5-minute break. Please be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Are we on number 10?
I don't think so.
70th Terrace? I'm lost again.
Oh, the case we're on, it's number 11,
11.
70th. Yes, you're right, East 70th Terrace.
Okay, okay.
Didn't we just do that one? That wasn't a request of a dismissal? Maybe not. Maybe I have that written wrong.
I don't know.
Dismissal was 7144 Main. We haven't done East 70th Terrace yet.
Okay. I will change my color coding system.
You have a system?
Oh, yeah. If it's in process, it's blue. If we've done it, it's red and it's crossed off, so I can follow my document.
Okay.
Randy, you're the queen of numbering. I mean, you catch every single mistake on this.
I gotta do what I can. Gotta help out somehow.
It is helpful.
I think we're waiting for Tom and then we'll be, yep, everybody's here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next item on the docket, oh, wait a minute, we haven't got Anthony.
Tony Benuki, where are you?
Tony.
It was back.
I'm here. I've just had my video off.
Okay.
Continue.
Let's go to item number 11, case number 88. The property address is 114 East 70th Terrace. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Mr. Kelly, are you online?
Jamie, have you had any contact from Mr. Kelly?
Just check my email. It does not appear that I've heard from them today, so. Nope.
Can we pause the case, Chairman Kelleher, give him a chance?
Yes, I don't see why not. We'll come back to that one. Docket 12 is case number 91. The property address is 10412 North Willow Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
I'm promoting the applicant right now.
Hello, can you see me?
Mr. Johnson, would you please raise your right hand? Tell me whether the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And please identify yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Paul Johnson. I am the owner of Johnson Contracting Design. I've been hired by Clark and Stephanie Morris to build a pavilion.
Okay.
They are present in the meeting as well.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review the staff report? There's a list of 9 exhibits listed on page 4.
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objection to the admission of those exhibits?
No.
We'll show exhibits. I'll point out that there are 2 number 7s. So we've got 9 exhibits total, and they will be admitted. And Jamie, one of those is a PowerPoint. Please proceed with that.
Gladly. All right, so what we have before you is a request for a variance for an accessory structure at 10412 North Willow Avenue. The applicant is proposing a 360 square foot, 16-foot tall accessory building. The property in question is located in the northeastern portion of the city. More specifically, it's just north of Northeast 104th Street off of Willow Avenue. The applicant is proposing a detached structure with the rear of the home. These are somewhat larger lot, single-family residential lots, and so they are proposing this oversized pavilion structure. It will be adjacent to their pool, and this is a rendering of what is proposed. So it's a covered structure behind their home. Oops, apologize. The first variance request is for the square footage of the structure. What is allowed by code is 200 square feet for a detached accessory structure. The applicant is proposing 360 square feet, so it's a difference of about 80% or 160 square feet, excuse me. The second request is for the height. Accessory structures have a maximum height of 10 feet. The applicant is proposing 16 feet, which is a difference of about 6 feet or 60%. With that, I would take any questions from the board or open this up to the applicant to speak about the project.
Board members have questions of staff?
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
Tom Garanza, does the homeowner association already approve this?
Applicant, can you speak to that?
Yes, I believe the answer is yes to that question.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
And I just, I couldn't find it here on my staff report. This is the accessory structure that's 200 square foot maximum?
That's the maximum.
Okay, so if it was a garage, it could be, would it need a variance if it were an enclosed garage?
If it were a garage for garage purposes, it would not.
Oh, okay.
This is a kind of a pool house pavilion structure.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Johnson, was the pool existing or is that new?
The pool is a future project to happen this spring. It's not part of the pavilion project, but it's part of the overall master plan of the backyard. The backyard will also include lots of landscaping to help soften the hardscapes and add beautification.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Johnson, go ahead and tell us why you think this application should be granted.
The pavilion will be a wonderful gathering place for the homeowners and for their family and friends. It will give them space to have covered eating and shelter from the sun and elements. It's of appropriate size. Anything smaller would seem a little puny compared to the rest of the house and neighborhood. It's as been mentioned before, there will be a pool that will be adjacent to it that will be in, the pavilion will be of appropriate scale to the pool and the backyard activities.
How many square feet is the proposed pool?
That I cannot answer for you. I have not been a part of that part of the project yet.
Okay. How tall is the home itself?
It's more than 20 feet. 25 feet is more than that. I don't know the exact height. It's a two-story above ground home.
Okay. Any board members have any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Johnson. What, the properties off to the west, is that a single property owner or what is off to the west?
To the west of the property that we're speaking of?
Yes.
I do not know. Looks like farmland.
Jamie, can you fill us in on what's, I see it looks like a little bitty accessory structure and a creek and a bunch of open land.
Yeah, it's undeveloped property at this time.
And single ownership?
at this time.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just received notice from the homeowners that the pool size will be 19 feet by 40 feet.
Okay.
The land to the, and she also says the land to the west is farmland, one owner.
Okay, thank you again.
Have you spoken to the neighbors that live nearby, or do we need to hear from the applicant regarding that? Mr. Johnson.
The homeowner has spoken with the neighbors in the area. They're very excited for the project and hope everything goes well.
Is there anyone in the audience that either supports or opposes this application? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, there's someone named Heather Waleski that I'll promote.
Okay. Welcome. Please state your name.
My name is Heather Waleski. Sorry, I live at 10704 Northeast 106th Terrace in the same subdivision.
Would you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
It's Wolesky.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I am a neighbor in the Manderley subdivision. I'm also one of the developers of the Manderley subdivision, and we still control the HOA. You have another request in front of you, your docket number 14 today, which is in the same subdivision, another detached accessory building that is also a pool cabana. Manderley is a neighborhood of now, because we've had 2 lot combinations, 50 roughly 1 acre lots. It was originally developed in 2006 under the old zoning ordinances. So it was zoned R1AA. The intent at the time was that we would have lots of homes with detached accessory structures like this. There is one other much larger pool cabana in our subdivision that has a garage attached to it that went in front of BZA a few years ago. There are 2 other homes in the neighborhood that have fairly large cabana structures closer to what the Morrises are proposing here. But because of the size of the lots and because of the size and the value of the homes, we're 100% in favor of this cabana structure. It's going to be really, really nice. It will add value to the home. And the area of the lot where this is going to be placed is pretty heavily treed, where I'm not sure that their next door neighbors will even be able to see it. So I just, since I was here, I wanted to make sure that you had that information.
Thank you very much. Do any members have any questions of this witness? Seeing none, is there a motion in this case?
Chairman Kelleher, in case number 91, I move that the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The chair votes with the motion. Your application is granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Docket number 13, case number 93. The address is 4338 Rock Hill Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
The address for this property is actually, for this case, is actually 5800 Locust Street. I believe there was an error on one of the dockets at one point.
But the rest of the staff report's correct. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so.
Okay. So would the applicant in 5800 Locust raise your hand?
Mr. McNary, are you online?
Well, we'll defer that case with the other one.
I see him in the list, but he's not raising his hand. Would you like me to promote him to see if he may be online and just not?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay. Sorry about that. I've been on since 1 and it just spooled on me.
There you go.
Video.
State your name for the record.
Michael McNary.
You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits 1 through 8 there are actually 9. There are 2 number 7s. 9 exhibits listed in the staff report on page 3?
No, sir.
Show those exhibits admitted, one of which is a PowerPoint. Jimmy, you want to proceed with that, please?
Yes. Okay, what we have before you is a variance for a street side yard setback located at 5800 Locust Street. The applicant is proposing a 2-story deck addition onto the existing home at that address, and it is necessitating the variance from the street side yard, which has a requirement of 15 feet. The property in question is located in the Midtown area of the city. More specifically, it is at the southwest corner of East 58th Street and Locust. As you can see, the houses in this area are legal nonconforming in regard to their existing setbacks. So they are proposing a 2-level deck structure, more or less in line with the existing home. However, because of the existing legal nonconformance, it does violate the street side yard setback, which has a requirement again of 15 feet. They're proposing about 8 feet. Here is an image of what they're proposing on this existing structure. I apologize, looks like there's a little typo here. They are requesting an 8-foot variance. And so that's about a 53% variance from the required 15 feet in order to build, again, the 2-story deck in line with the existing home. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this case or let the applicant speak on their behalf.
Board members, questions of staff? If not, Mr. McNary, would you please tell us why we should grant your application?
Yes, sir. If I obeyed the original variance, it would essentially shift the entire deck over another 8 feet, which would be out of line with the house. It would entail much more construction, setting posts. I think it would look bad, and it would be much more work and much more expense to get an inferior project.
Have you spoken to your neighbors about your proposed?
I have. This house, we've actually been fixing it up. It was very, very bad. And so they're in favor of the decks as well as the other improvements we've made.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant from board members?
One question. At a glance from this aerial, it looks like if you moved the addition, the western deck south to comply with that side yard setback requirement, you'd be less than 10 feet from what looks like a garage. So would you just get yourself into another variance request if you moved it to the south?
For the lower deck, yes. It's one of those, they're narrow lots, and especially being on the street side yard, it makes it very difficult. That I think it's something like a 5-foot wide deck, which is just kind of a boardwalk at that point for the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask if there's anyone in the audience in support of or in opposition to this application. If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Seeing none, do I have a motion in this case?
Okay, Mr. Kelleher, in case number 93, I propose that the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your application is granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Docket number 14 is case number 94. The property address is 10501 Northeast 106th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Mr. Chair, I see Adam Schaefer. I'll promote him.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. My name's Adam Schaefer. I'm with Cardinal Crest Homes. Joe Christensen and I were business partners. Him and I own the company.
Okay. Do we have the necessary documentation to allow Adam to proceed to testify on behalf of the applicant, staff?
I do have a signed affidavit from the homeowners saying that Cardinal Crest can speak on their behalf.
Okay.
And I submitted that with the variance request.
Has that been submitted to the city?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits? There are 9 listed on page 3 of the staff report.
No, I do not.
We'll show all those exhibits admitted. And Jamie, one of those being a PowerPoint presentation, please proceed.
Sure. What we have before you is a variance request for an accessory building, both the height and the footprint area of the structure. Again, the property location is at 10501 Northeast 106th Terrace. The applicant is proposing an accessory structure that is about 12¼ feet tall and 792 square feet. Again, this property is in the far northeast portion of the city. It is in the same development that we saw 2 cases ago. It is the development is north of 104th Street on Willow Avenue. And this again was what was referenced in that previous case. That is a request for a cabana structure. It will be located at the rear side of the home. The requirement for accessory structures, again, non-garage accessory structures, is the height requirement is 10 feet. The applicant is proposing 12¼ feet in height, which is a difference of about 2¼ feet. And again, the square footage requirement for footprint area is a maximum of 200 square feet. The applicant is proposing 792, which is a difference of about 592 square feet, or an increase of about 296%. Go back to the images of the structure. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this case. Otherwise, I would let the applicant speak on the project's behalf.
Any questions of staff, board members? Seeing none, please proceed with telling us why we should grant your application.
We would love for you guys to grant this application. The residence right now is currently still under construction. The homeowners decided to add a swimming pool and this cabana structure, this kind of entertaining exterior structure in conjunction with the pool. And so they would like to have this improve their backyard so that they can have more entertaining events and kind of just have a better place to do family activities.
Well, why does it need to be so large? You're really asking for, 3 times allowable size.
Yeah, so the homeowners, they actually own a restaurant. So cooking is one of their activities of choice. And so this structure, as you can tell from that 3D image, the majority of the structure is open, right? It's not an enclosed structure by any means. So it's very transparent with the exterior, with the outside. And so he's got a large kitchen pretty much that he's going to be a barbecue area that he's going to be using the space for. So that's kind of one of his main methods of entertaining is cooking. So he wanted a large structure to be able to fulfill that need, right, that he has. And with the majority of it being, open-ended, I really don't think it's going to detract from the development, the home, or the location of the proposed structure because of how open it is.
How far is the corner of the cabana from the side lot line? I can't really tell.
I believe it was 16 feet, but let me just get that, zoom into that plot plan right now. The closest covered corner is 15 feet 9 inches. Oh, sorry, 15.9 feet.
And are there residences on each side of this lot?
Yes, there are. And we approached all the immediate residents and we got them we showed them the plans, we showed them the structure, and all of them signed an approval that they were okay with this structure being built on the site.
Board members have questions of the applicant?
I do have one question. I can't quite zoom in enough on my screen, but you mentioned that it's very open, and I see that clearly. But so I'm curious, what is this? The square footage of the enclosed area that's back in there?
Yeah, that closed section. Sorry, let me scroll back up to the top of I wrote that square foot down. It's 196 of the space that has 4 walls on all sides. They're using it as a small storage space. So that's 196 square feet.
So that part's less than 200 square feet for an accessory building, so it complies. It's the open areas that take us beyond.
Correct.
The limit. Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anyone in the audience who would like to testify for or against this application, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, I'm promoting Heather Waleski.
You're back.
I am.
I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir. The architectural control committee from Manderley has approved this plan as well. It's going to match the architectural style of the home. We think it's going to be a great addition to the house plan as it was presented overall. The homeowner who actually is the closest to that 15-foot property line on the, I guess, the east side is on the architectural control committee, was one of the people who signed off on the plan. And at the time that the owners of this, the De Palmas, approached the other homeowners around them, I received a couple of questions from those homeowners just to kind of understand what was planned. And so I had the opportunity to talk to all of the people who had questioned it. And I definitely had the impression that they were all on board and thought it was a good plan once they kind of understood what it was going to be. I think it was a little amorphous at first, but I think it's going to be a beautiful addition to their backyard.
Thank you. Any questions of this witness from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I guess I just want to say a quick statement. I was just looking on Google Maps here, and I find it kind of interesting that the previous detached structure was smaller and it appears to be on a larger lot than what this one is. So it seems a little large, in my opinion, since it does seem to have neighbors on all the sides. Just my observation.
Anyone else have comments or questions?
Could I jump in on that?
Sure.
I'm not sure if you have the ability back on the map of Manderley that was displayed earlier. If you go east 2 lots to what is now lot 28A, it was a lot combination of lot 27 and lot 28. It sits right at the corner of 106th Terrace and Hedges. So if you look at the subject property and you go to the right 2 lots, so the lot that sits there on the corner, yes, that one. So that is actually, it was lots 27 and 28. And if you can zoom in on that, the structure on the north side is a pool house with a garage. It's significantly larger than what's being proposed here.
Unfortunately, I can't zoom in. This is just a static image in this,
Okay.
so I apologize.
No, that's okay. So this structure would not be the largest cabana pool structure that we have in the neighborhood, and would not be the most visible, because the one that sits on that corner is visible from 3 sides.
I brought it up in Google Earth and I can see what you're referencing. Yeah, it does look, it was hard to tell which was the house and which was the accessory.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board members? If not, do we have a motion?
I guess I'm the motion guy today. So Chairman Kelleher, in case number 94, I recommend that the applicant be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your application is granted. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Item number 15, case number 98. Property address is 120 Northeast Evansdale Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting the applicant now.
Thank you. Ms. Warman, we cannot hear or see you yet.
Okay.
You're still on mute, Miss Kathy.
How about that?
Good.
We can hear you, but we still don't see you.
Oh, okay. Well, that you may not be missing that much.
Okay. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
I am raising my right hand.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
There you are.
Yay.
Do you have any objection to the admissions of the administrative exhibits listed in the staff report?
Pardon me. Can I interrupt real quickly, Mr. Chair? I just want to point out before you admit those, it looks like the last exhibit, which I think should be 10, includes 3 letters of opposition. And I was just skimming these. It looks like maybe the first one is not notarized, but the second 2 are. So I just want to bring that to your attention before you admit those, so you can take a look at those.
Okay, thank you. So did you get to answer the question, Kathy? Do you have any objection to the admission of those exhibits?
I have no objection.
Okay, we will admit exhibits 1 through 10 with the exception of the letters that are not notarized. Jamie, would you please proceed with the PowerPoint?
Yes. All right, what we have before you is a request for a variance for a rear yard setback. The property in question is at 120 Northeast Evansdale Road. The applicant is proposing an attached garage at the rear of the property that requires a variance from the required 30-foot setback. The property is kind of in the central north portion of the city. More specifically, it's kind of at the intersection of Evansdale Road and North Grand Avenue. You can see it's kind of a wedge-shaped lot. It does have an existing driveway to a garage access here, kind of the southwestern part of the site. What the applicant is proposing is an attached, kind of through like a breezeway type of structure to a garage at the rear of the property. Excuse me. Which the applicant can go into more detail to explain how they're planning to add kind of some additional living space within the home, some square footage by moving the garage towards the rear of the property. Because of the wedge shape nature of the lot, it does not meet the required setback. So they are proposing a 12-foot setback, which would require a variance of about 18 feet or approximately 60% from the 30 feet that is typically required. As was noted earlier, staff has received several letters of opposition to this case. I did attach those as requested to the staff report. And with that, I would take any questions on this case or let the applicant explain their purpose.
Thank you. Any questions of staff from board members? Seeing none, Kathy, could you please tell us why we should grant your application?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kelleher. If you can go back to the site plan, and I'll give you a little bit of background. My husband and I purchased this home for purposes of doing some renovations to it. And in the short term, our son will live in the home. He's a first-year teacher at North Kansas City High School in the special education program and coaches basketball. And again, it's a very, very small house. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, an unfinished basement with a very narrow, steep stairway down to where a washer and dryer, where the washer and dryer are. We would very much, and we believe that we will increase the value of the home and the property if we can add a 3rd bedroom add a second bathroom, and create a condition where we can have a laundry on the main level. And the reason for the variance request, obviously, is the rear yard setback. But if you'll notice in looking at the site plan, if the existing home were rotated clockwise 45 degrees, I wouldn't need a variance to build this garage. I could do it within the setback, and that would obviously certainly be my goal, but that's not the way the property's laid out right now. And so everything is at that angle. And in order to line things up and to position the garage relative to the house, this is the footprint that we need to be able to accomplish that. The existing garage is tiny. It doesn't even really work very well for one car. When you open the door from the house into the garage, it swings into the car. It's just a very, very tiny old garage, and that space would become living space or a third bedroom if we had the opportunity to build the garage as we've shown it. Jamie, I know that, and I was going to say, since this package was submitted in early December, we've had an opportunity to explore the plan and everything a little bit more. Did you have an opportunity to share with the board members the additional drawings that I sent you?
Not yet, since the packet had already gone out last week when I received those today. I would be able to share those for you if you'd like to present those to them.
That would be great. If you could share the floor plan to begin with, that would probably be helpful.
Sure. Give me just one moment to get those pulled up and
that's fine.
Correct my share screen situation.
Okay, thank you. And while she's doing that, in reading some of the neighbors' concerns, there's just some misconceptions about this garage. It is just a 2-car garage, 22 feet wide, very similar to any 2-car garage. And the depth of the additional structure is, in fact, to have that laundry and second bath. So there's no 4-car garage or anything like that here. Thank you, Jamie, very much. You know, the house, we're looking to make improvements. We're trying to, update the kitchen. Again, over to the left on the screen, that is the little tiny garage that's there now. That would become usable space. And the addition you can see that we're proposing shows the 2-car garage. And then there's a powder room and a laundry there, and then kind of some storage at the back side of that. We would have attic space available upstairs. It would be future if we wanted to try to, again, increase that living space. So really, we're trying to take a tiny little 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house and be able to increase the value, which I think, again, would increase the comps in the neighborhood and increase other, the other neighbors' homes values as well. I know that Mr. Kelleher, you'll ask if I've talked to the neighbors, and I did personally meet with and speak with the neighbor immediately adjacent to the north, which would be the most affected by the construction of this garage. The Bledsoes, they were in favor of and shared the plan with them. I met with Mrs. Bach immediately to the west. These are 2 adjacent properties to the property at 120. She too was supportive of what we were doing here. I attempted twice to meet the owners of the house directly across the street. I believe the name is Gutteridge. I was unable to ever, find them home. I know that 2 of the neighbors that had provided opposition were across the street, both across Grand and across Evansdale. And the third one, which again, I don't remember who was notarized and who wasn't, was at 8 Northeast Evansdale, all the way to the west near North Main, nowhere near this property. And, the property immediately across the street, the Gutteridge, who is somebody they're not in opposition, and I didn't get to talk to them. They have an almost identical situation. If you want to Google Earth that address, They have a lovely little home with a glass breezeway and a garage attached to it, very similar to what we're proposing here. This lot's a pretty big lot. Again, that's why we felt like we could do this without, causing things to be too tight. I am in the process of having ALIT complete a survey of the property so that I can exactly know where and stake the property so that I have the exact locations of the property lines and any easements that might be affected through there. But the other thing that too I find kind of interesting is, and if this is the way this needs to be, then I'm sure the board will let me know. If I decided that I needed to make the garage that's there now, the third bedroom, but I needed a garage, I could build a 2-car garage that wasn't attached, to be a detached garage, within what, a foot of the property line, without any variance at all. The variance is required because I'd like to attach it. And attaching it becomes important if I want to gain the value of the additional restroom and the main floor laundry room. In the future, I live in this neighborhood too. I live just a couple blocks north of here in the old Claymont Briarcliff area. My kids all went to Briarcliff. We love the neighborhood. And if my son doesn't live here forever or whatever, which he might not, this may be something that my husband and I, as empty nesters, would like to downsize in as an investment while we purchased the property for that potential. And I'm too old to go up and down a narrow stairway to the basement to take my laundry. I'd like to be able to have that on a main level. So again, there's nothing worse, and especially since my son's going to live here, than to create a condition where there's any kind of animosity or problems with a neighbor. We want to be good neighbors, and we want to, and again, I reached out to the people that directly touch this property. If we need to go call on these 3 other neighbors and share these more detailed developed plans with them, we would be more than happy to do that. And the garage that's there now that would someday become or in the future would become a 3rd bedroom, the overhead door would be removed. A nice, as you can see on the plans, a nice picture window would be placed where the door is. I'm an architect. I want this to look nice. I want this to be something that we and the neighbors would be proud of and that would improve the property.
Thank you. I have a question of staff, and that is, if we grant this application, is there anything more the applicant would have to do to begin actually occupying the garage living space?
Well, Mike, I can jump in based on my experience and tell you that this is a BZA application only. If we were to be granted this variance, then the next step would be we would have to prepare complete construction documents and submit those to the city of Kansas City, Missouri with an application for a building permit. So that would be the next step. I mean, obviously we can't start building something without a permit, but the first step, knowing that we had a rear yard setback issue, was to request to seek a variance.
That's correct. She unmuted faster than I could, but she's correct. There would have to be a building permit process that she would have to go through before any of that transition could occur.
Okay. And how far is the north corner of the proposed garage from the residence of that neighbor to the north?
I don't know that I know the answer to that. We're 12 feet from our property line, and I could certainly, I'm looking at the aerial photo. I would have to guess, and this is a guess because I don't have anything other than that the Bledsoe residence is probably 15 or 20 feet from our north property line. Their lot's a very shallow lot east to west. They don't have a 30-foot rear yard setback. I mean, it's an existing old house. It's probably long before the zoning ordinance, but it would be, and again, I've spoken with them and they had no opposition, but the corner of the garage, and it would just be at a corner, would probably be, 20, 25 feet probably from the side of their house.
Okay.
A pretty large backyard area. Ours is.
Board members have any questions for the applicant?
Had, Ms. Warman?
Yes.
Without the survey, what makes you think you're 12 feet from that north property line?
I have used the Stellar application tool of Parcel Viewer. So we wanted to get this variance request going. Once I have the survey from ALIT and AutoCAD, I will be dropping my plan on. If I can't meet that 12-foot setback, if I find out otherwise, then this process will be null and void. And if I need a greater setback, I'd have to reapply. If I might find that I'm farther from the property line, but that was my risk. I'm having a survey done no matter what. There's no survey, there's nothing on this. The only information I have about this property is from Parcel Viewer. But as the homeowner now, and in my profession, I have enough experience to say, I want to know where my property lines are, even if I weren't building a garage. If I want to put in a fence or something like that. So the property will be legally staked by a Missouri licensed land surveyor and all easements will be located.
Yes, I just wanted to hear you say it.
No worries.
We hate to approve something and then you find you're 5 feet short and nothing
Right.
works any longer, but
No.
you're aware.
Absolutely, and that's where that building permit process comes in too. The permit application for any structure that we want to build, variance or not, would have to be shown on a site plan and it'll be shown on a survey that's a brand new, correct, certified survey.
Thank you.
I had a question. It looks the drive that's coming to the east then, are you going to remove any of the old growth trees or is that going to be able to be placed between those existing trees?
It'll go right between them. And part of the reason even why this is laid out the way it is, if you look back at that site plan, this is going to sound kind of silly, kind of almost hate to admit it. But there is a beautiful spruce tree that is right off the northeast corner of the existing house. And you can kind of see it on this plan. And there's also a window out of bedrooms. That's a bedroom at the northeast corner of the house. And I don't want to lose the windows out of the bed. I don't even want to lose one, but I've positioned the garage and it's actually exacerbated the setback request a little bit because I don't want to lose that beautiful spruce tree.
Anything further?
Ms. Warman, so again, I'm assuming, Mark Evans here, that you're going to remove the old driveway and redo the curbing so it's all symmetrical with the neighborhood?
Correct. There's no curbing. This is a very old neighborhood, but yes, if at the point in time that we were able to construct the new garage and new drive, we would eliminate the old driveway because we wouldn't, you don't want, I always hate that where somebody turns a garage into a part of the house and the driveway dies into, the picture window. So we would eliminate that. We might leave or cut out part of it and leave a sidewalk that would go to the street there because that's where the mailbox is. But we would not maintain a driveway there. We would only use the driveway that led up to the garage.
Thank you.
I would like to ask if there's anyone in the audience in support of or in opposition to this application to please raise their hand.
Mr. Chairman, 3 people have raised their hand. I'm going to promote the first one named Deborah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on to that, I just wanted to ask to see if you wanted to admit that updated site plan that was shared earlier. because I don't think that's been admitted yet. So that would be Exhibit 11 if we want to admit that.
Definitely, I'm glad you brought that to my attention. Has it been marked?
Jamie just shared it on her screen. I don't think she marked it, right? But you can mark that, Jamie.
Yes, I can and add it to our online file.
Okay.
We'll show Exhibit 11 admitted.
Deborah, you can.
We do not see you or hear you at this point. There we go.
Oops, excuse me. Sorry about that.
Okay, please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Deborah Gutteridge,
And where do you live?
directly across the street on 4113 North Grand.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please tell us what your concern is.
I'd first like to request a fair, independent, and impartial judgment of the requested variance, given that it's highly likely that the board is already familiar with Ms. Worman. In all honesty, I try and be the best neighbor possible. However, in this instance, I do not agree and object to the plans. I understand she has purchased the property for her son. They knew what they were buying at the time of the purchase. The property already has a 2-car wide concrete driveway and a single-car garage in front, which exits onto Northeast Evansdale. The proposed construction of an additional 2-car garage in the backyard to include a second 2-car concrete pad in front of the garage and an additional second driveway exiting onto North Grand will create an aesthetic challenge for surrounding neighbors and future potential home buyers. The Briarcliff area is an older, quaint neighborhood with unique home designs. The proposed 2-car garage addition in the backyard will significantly compromise the structural integrity and character of our neighborhood. Due to the angle of the house on the corner lot, the garage will directly face my home and grossly hinder the ability to park in front of my home due to the position of the second proposed driveway. I have lived in my home for 24 years. This is a choice to build the addition, not a necessity. They do not have to build the second garage. Variances are based on unique hardships created by physical characteristics of the land. It is not a hardship or practical difficulty. I strongly ask for denial of the proposed variance and zoning adjustment. And I will include that I was very familiar with the Palaces, who had the home before the previous owners, and they were able to successfully raise a family of 4 in the home. And I also met with Ms. Bledsoe, the neighbor to the north yesterday, who informed me that you did stop by and provided her with a business card. However, she had not seen the plans, and I gave her copies of everything that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of this witness? Okay, Joe, would you promote the next person who raised their hand?
Christopher Miller.
Can you state your name for the record, Mr. Miller?
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Miller.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please share your concerns with us.
I'm writing to oppose the variance requested, and I urge the board to deny the variance for the following reasons. The property is an irregularly shaped lot that will make it difficult to build an additional structure without invading on one or more of the setbacks from the side or rear lot lines. And due to the existing aesthetics of our historic neighborhood, a newly built structure will stand out, becoming an eyesore to our community. The building itself will cause substantial detriment to the public good and to the neighboring residential community surrounding the property. This proposed development is not sympathetic to the surrounding historic neighborhood and will devalue the property value.
Thank you. Does any board member have any questions for Mr. Miller?
And in closing, I would like to say I do appreciate Ms. Warman's warm-felt thoughts about the community and the neighborhood, wanting to be a good neighbor. I can't say that I appreciate that enough. But as Ms. Guthridge has said, she knew what she was buying. This is a mature neighborhood. The house is a mature house. At one point, it had a finished wood panel basement. It's a beautiful lot, and I would hate to see that beautiful lot destroyed with the newly built structure. And as far as the neighbors to the north, Ms. Bledsoe, it's unfortunate that I hear that she was so enthusiastic about the new build, being that she handed us a full page of opposition to the newly build.
Mr. Miller, this is Joe Rexwinkle. We need your address for the record.
I am residing at 8 Northeast Evansdale Road.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Miller from board members? If not, Tiffany Miller, would you please identify yourself by name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Tiffany Miller, and I live at 8 Northeast Evansdale Road.
Mr. Miller, I think you're going to have to mute yourself. I'm getting some feedback. That's better. Okay. Tell us, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please share your concerns with us.
Well, my concern, first of all, I also have my mom here.
Can you be going down?
You're not muted. Can you leave the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So I apologize. I also have my mother here. She did not have Zoom capability at her home, but I wanted to speak before I turned it over to her. She actually owns 2 properties that are within 300 feet of this. As said, I live on 8 Northeast Evansdale Road, and so I did help collect the letters for this meeting for my neighbors that some of which are retired or had to work or didn't have Zoom capability. And Cindy Bledsoe actually gave me a letter to read at this meeting as she was not able to attend. So I have it and I would be happy to read it. We didn't get to get it notarized in time.
Well, unfortunately, our rules don't permit us to accept unverified letters without that, even if they're going to be notarized later. So I'm afraid.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, but Cindy Bledsoe is online and has raised their hand.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let her speak for herself then. I just wanted to say I went to Briarcliff Elementary School. I'm actually from this neighborhood. I moved here as an adult 13 years ago. It's a beautiful neighborhood. I'm very familiar with the home. Actually, 301 North Crest was my grandparents' home. It's been in our family for 60 years. And the picture windows to that home look exactly out to where this garage would be. So it will definitely be an eyesore for whoever lives in 301 Northeast North Crest home or drive. But I think my biggest issue, like as a neighbor, is this house was only purchased 1 month ago. And then so she knew what she bought and now she's wanting to change it. I think it will be an eyesore, especially because of where the lot is. And it's also a brick home. I don't think it fits with the aesthetics of the neighborhood. So I do oppose it. And I know that my mom wrote a letter and she also wanted to speak. So
Do you want to let Cindy go?
Oh,
You want me to go?
yeah, go ahead. Since you're already there.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Kay Hendricks and my address is 125 Northeast Evansdale Road. And you also own the North
You
Crest.
solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do. I also own the property at 301 Northeast Northcrest Drive, which is also, we're facing this home, one property from one corner and one property from the other side. And I thought I should just read my letter because I don't know if the board got to read the letters. So I'll just start with my letter. Dear Zoning Board of Adjustment, I oppose this application for the following reasons. The proposed structure is a garage and a driveway in a backyard. Pollution from exhaust fumes going into the adjacent backyards is a threat to the health of neighbors, children, and pets while trying to enjoy their own surrounding backyards. There is an existing attached garage and 4-car driveway in the front of the house. So parking for, it looked like there was going to be parking for like 12 or more cars, and it's just not necessary or appropriate on this small residentially zoned lot. And the proposed plan just encroaches on the neighbors' easements as far as they can. They're going to fill up the front and the backyards. And it's just a crowded commercial-like appearance. It's not consistent with the family-friendly use and appearance of our neighborhood. And the proposed plan includes a new driveway exiting on North Grand that will substantially increase the stormwater runoff onto mine and a couple of neighbors' properties, really increasing their damaging effects. And a few notes I made. The structure she wants to build, 33 by 22, that's 726 square feet. That is a big structure that she wants to put in the backyard. With a driveway that from here, it looks like 22 by 22, another 484 square feet, a breezeway. The best you can tell from this knot is 33 by 13, another 429 square feet. And then the extra driveway that goes all along the northern property line and out cutting. And by the way, Northeast Evansdale does have curbs. And they're going to be cutting out onto North Grand in a very bad spot for all the neighbors with a lot of traffic exiting. Plus, it looks like they're going to be adding at least another 2,000 or more square feet of green space is going to be covered up with a dwelling or cement, just increasing the stormwater runoff so much. They're going to be doubling at least the square feet that are going to be covered up with structures and cement. And it's not going to be grass soaking up the water. And so in conclusion, I oppose this plan. Thank you.
Any questions for this witness? Okay, do we have any more persons wanting to testify? Joe?
Mr. Chair, there's one more, Cindy Bledsoe.
Okay.
Hi, can you see me?
Not yet.
Hello? Can
We
you see me?
hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how you do the start video thing. Well, you can see me now. Okay, my name is Cynthia Bledsoe. I'm sorry, go ahead.
state your name and address, please, for the record.
It's Cynthia Bloodsoe. And my address is 4114 North Grand Avenue.
Okay, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Well, I do want to give Tiffany Miller permission to read my letter because I didn't think I was going to be able to make this meeting. Miss Warman came over to my home the week before Christmas. I was extremely busy and didn't have a chance to really talk to her. She had her business card and a legal size piece of paper, which I have to be honest with you, I don't even know what I've done with her card or anything. I just said thank you and it's nice to meet you. There was no discussion whatsoever about anything that she was wanting to do here. Number one, I didn't have time. If you can see this area right here, I don't know if the sun's in your eyes. This right here, there's no way that you can put all this here. This neighborhood is 80 years old. It's got character. These are bungalows. I mean, to add on to a cottage style home around here, and this one is mine right here. It's intrusive. I mean, it takes away from the character, the aesthetics. Well, and it's going to take away the sight for a lot of people that get to enjoy this beautiful view out here. Big old 2-car garage right over there. No, I oppose that. And could you read my letter, Tiffany, please? I know she can't hear me. Can you hear me, sir?
If they will allow me to, Cindy, I don't know if they will allow me to.
Since you're here to testify in person, Ms. Bledsoe, you'll have to tell us whatever you want to tell us.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I sent the letter to her in my messenger. I don't know if I can get on my messenger while I'm back in the house. Thank you. I don't know. Let me see if I can get on my messenger. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay. Let me see.
Bear in mind, Ms. Bledsoe, we'd like to keep your testimony to matters.
I got it right here. I got it right here. This is all of my reasoning. Okay. I do reside at 411 North Grand Avenue. The home that we're talking about is directly to the south of me, all along the property line. And it says, I do not want this 2-car garage with 2 driveway entrance exit merging into 1 lane on my property line or within my site. Our neighborhood is 80 years old. No one has a 2-car garage with it, which they do not in this neighborhood. Again, it's a bungalow style home. This neighborhood is kept pristine by generations of families that have lived and maintained the character and aesthetics of these homes for generations. Regarding a hardship, should one be requested, the new owner of this residence, i.e. wheelchair access, there's an existing garage on the west side of this home that faces at the southeast corner lot and is adjacent via breezeway, all on the same level. The view we presently enjoy will be obstructed, and our backyard faces the proposed request, my backyard. The tree that is presently where they are wanting to create a driveway would have to be excavated. I mean, not just cut down. They'd have to pull the roots out. And because it is so close to the street, that's going to affect the street. It will, that big of an excavation. And the homes that this tree butts up to, this is a very old tree. The roots go very, very deep. And I can think of 4 homes right off the top of my head, not to mention the city sewer lines that would be affected, what have you. This is not a reasonable request for an addition to this home, and I rest my case.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Bledsoe? All right, are there any more persons in the audience that would like to testify in support or in opposition? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, no one else is raising their hand.
Ms. Warman, you have a right to rebuttal testimony.
I appreciate it. You know, again, I think some of the points that were made, certainly when we looked at this house and again, live in the neighborhood, very much appreciate this neighborhood. Again, my kids all went to Briarcliff. We've lived in the home that we live in the Claymont Briarcliff area for 20 years. So near and dear to our heart as well, my husband and I and our family. When we saw the home was for sale, we looked at this, we absolutely knew what the house was right now, but saw the potential to improve the property. And I think that as an architect, I can absolutely, in a very sensitive way, design and create an addition that would be in keeping with the nature and the scale and the other properties in the homes around this house. And with those improvements, we believe that everyone's property values and home values would be elevated. And, you know, again, create a situation where we had more than 2 bedrooms and just one bathroom. And that's, you know, those are the types of things that we would have to do to create that. You know, we would, you know, very much like the opportunity. Again, I attempted twice to meet with Mrs. Gutteridge, but, you know, she works, maybe she wasn't home. And I did speak to Mrs. Bledsoe and Mrs. Bach to the west, but very busy, maybe didn't really have time to talk or to look at the drawings. And, you know, I would be more than happy to, if the board would like to continue this case, to spend some time or to provide them some additional drawings. I don't know that they were all able to see, but since we submitted the plans and Jamie showed kind of the floor plan for what we're talking about here, you know, it's really not that large it's just the 2-car garage, but the ability to have a bathroom and the laundry there on that main floor. Again, we would turn the old garage into a bedroom and eliminate that driveway. So there would just be the one driveway. The current driveway on the south side is a pretty steep slope up to the garage. The garage on the north side and the driveway off Grand would be a flatter area, a flatter drive, and a better drive into the garage. It would be a beneficial and a positive thing there too. So, you know, we would very much like the opportunity to show the neighbors the more developed plans and talk to them a little bit about the concern, but maybe they're not interested. They're shaking their head like they don't want to see them.
No, not interested.
So, I mean, the other, as I pointed out, if we need the garage space because we want to convert the old garage into living space, you know, my only other option would be to permit a detached garage, which I don't need a variance for. And that's not really, I don't think that really helps anybody. It would be better if we could attach it.
Okay, I think we're at a point where the board has to make a decision. As you've heard, the applicant is willing to meet with the neighbors again. And, if the board wants to do that, we would need a motion to continue. Otherwise, we need a motion to decide the case.
Kath, or Ms. Werman, I'm just one board member, but I feel you should, for whatever purposes, try to get with the people in your area, and perhaps you can come across with an agreement, or perhaps you need to modify your existing drawings You're an architect, you know what you're doing.
Sure.
And come back to us in February, or if you need 2 months, come back to us in March and see if there's some common ground between you and the neighbors or the board, and perhaps a revised program.
I would be happy to do that.
And to the neighbors that are shaking your heads, I would encourage you to enter into this discussion with an open mind. You know, it's not fair to just say, I don't want to hear anything else you have to say.
Well, a garage
Can we?
in a
No,
backyard.
please,
That would be-
testimony is finished, okay? Testimony is finished. So I'm just asking you to be open-minded and meet with Ms. Warman and see what happens. And to that end, do I have a motion to continue this case to February 9th?
So moved, Chairman Kelleher.
Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair
Nay.
with the motion. We'll see you back here on the 9th of February.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Okay. Item 16 is case number 100. The property address 8304 East 116th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Mr. Chair, I'm promoting the applicant right now.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
William Roundtree.
And Mr. Roundtree, would you raise your right hand and be sworn, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review the staff report in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits? There's actually 9 exhibits listed.
No.
We'll show those exhibits admitted, one of which is a PowerPoint presentation. Jamie, would you please present that?
Yes. One moment. All right. What we have before you is a variance request for an accessory building regarding both the height and the footprint area for a property at 8304 East 116th Street. The applicant is proposing a 3,060 square foot, 14 tall accessory structure to be used as a greenhouse. The property is in the northern portion of the city, just slightly north of Gladstone.
No.
Oh.
South.
South, I apologize.
Yeah.
Have my arrow in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. More specifically, the property is on East 116th Street,
Yes.
just east of Greenwood Road and south of Longview Road. The proposed structure is as seen here. It's sort of a dome-like greenhouse structure. Again, the first request is for a height variance. The required maximum height for a detached non-garage accessory structure is once again 10 feet. They are proposing 14 feet, which is a variance of about 40% or 4 feet. And the second request is for the building footprint area. Again, the maximum square footage for a non-garage accessory structure is 200 square feet. This one is considerably larger at 3,060 square feet, which is about, well, it's about 1,500% larger than what is typically allowed by code. I would be happy to answer any questions on this case. I think the applicant could speak more to what their proposed use and utility for the structure would be, and be happy to hand over the reins to them.
Okay, board members have any questions for Jamie? If not, Mr. Roundtree, please tell us why you need such a big greenhouse.
Yes, as you can see, the property is just under an acre in size. The existing garden space that we used was slightly smaller than the greenhouse area. And the greenhouse that we have purchased is, slightly larger than the garden area. We just want to extend the growing season, shade cloth in the summer to protect from heat, and extend it into the winter season, protect from hail and harsh winter. It's just basically to protect the crops and to extend our growing season.
Why so tall?
That is the kit. We ordered a kit through, this is part of a program with the USDA, NCRS. They are the ones who, dictate what greenhouse, or who the people we can buy the greenhouse kits from. So the kit is a standard. It's the bows, which is the arch that you saw. That's the way they're built, the way it's assembled. So the inside structure, where the rafter would be, is only 8 foot tall. But the bow, to get the plastic up over, it comes to 14 feet. That's basically how they're designed. We just order the kit and build them per manufacturer's instructions.
Have you spoken with your neighbors about your proposed project?
Yes, they've actually walked the property. They're all in agreement. We do have a perimeter fence around, so the majority of it would be concealed. They would see some of the peak and the arch, obviously, over the perimeter fence, but the neighbors are definitely on board. They like the fact of having, fresh produce and stuff. So yes, I have spoken to them. They've actually been here and seen last year's garden. So they know what we're doing.
So will you be selling this produce on your
Not
property?
on site, being we're residential, not commercial. We're not permitted to sell on site, but some of it will go to market, whether it be River Market or City of Grandview, the farmers market's there. But a lot of it is to help, people that are in need. One of the programs we are currently involved in is the CFAP, the Corona COVID Food Assistance Program that we work with the USDA, and that's to help seniors and different people, give them food. So that's part of one of the programs, but nothing is sold on site, no.
Okay, board members have any questions for the applicant? If not, if there's anyone in the audience that is either in support of or in opposition to this application, would you please raise your hand?
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay.
Mr. Roundtree, did you get any opposition from your neighbors at all on this proposal? It's a tall proposal.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. The main one would be, as you see, the property to the, what would be the east. They're the closest, and they're actually looking at a similar adventure with greenhouse gardening. They're completely in support of it. I actually brought them in again, as I said, showed them what we were doing with the garden and stuff from last season, which was, it was only 30 by 86. It was a little bit smaller, but the entirety of the greenhouse you can't use it completely wall to wall. You got to account for benches and walk spaces and stuff. So it's going to be pretty similar in square footage as what was grown last year in the open. So yes, they were completely on board with it.
Any other?
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Roundtree?
Yeah.
Question, would you explain the exhibits? I see in the staff report, there's a USDA aerial.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a couple of those, but I don't know what they mean.
We have to meet certain requirements with the USDA and NCRS, which is the 100-year floodplain map. Certain different requirements that we got to meet through their program to even be eligible, as I said, to be part of this. So that was part of the exhibits. I'm not for sure how they got put in there, but that was part of the application package from the USDA and NCRS. So it's just showing that the land could actually handle the tunnel that would be put on it, the high tunnel in place.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mike, I have a question for staff. Where could this greenhouse be built without a variance? Would it
It'd have to be considered a principal building. So it would be the first district that allows an agricultural use as a principal use.
Okay.
And I can look that up for you.
No, that's sufficient.
Okay.
Board members have any other questions?
I really like what you're doing there, but I feel compelled to ask the question.
Yeah.
Of staff that if he's going to sell product that's grown there elsewhere, is that allowed? Is that a home business?
There are 3 types of urban agriculture uses in the code, and one of them does allow retail sales on site. I'm not sure if this use is that one or not. It sounds like Mr. Roundtree is familiar with the regulations, and perhaps maybe he can, while I'm looking that up, can help answer.
Yes, I have looked into it. Being we're zone 7, R7.5, I could apply for a special variance to sell on site, but that's not one in particular that I applied for because I, do not foresee actually selling on site. More going to the farmers markets and going out, taking the produce out off site. And again, that's if we do sell it. For the majority, it's either personal use or it's giveaway. Like I said, one of the programs we're involved in is the COVID food assistance program with the USDA. And that's pretty much to seniors and those that can't get out to go to the river market or to farmers markets and get fresh produce. We actually take it to their homes, mostly seniors with disabilities and things like that, which is pretty much no expense. That, it's just something we do. And, I guess the reimbursement part of it comes from the USDA and part of the different programs that they have. And that's what we're trying to, we work closely with them. Their inspectors come out, they, obviously they've inspected the land, they've seen that it qualifies. They come out and they got their regulations and stuff that we have to meet as well.
Well, while Joe's still looking there, with this structure, how much do you get to extend the growing season on both ends, just gross?
Quite substantially. Normally we would plant this, just for instance, this last April, we planted in the second week of April. Unfortunately, we had the freeze and it killed, 60% of our crops. So we had a really harsh season. But this year, we would be able to plant as early as, March. At least a month, and then also into the fall it would extend all the way into November. So we would only be down 3 or 4 months, but that's the time that you would go, you grow a cover crop to replace the nitrogen in the soil. So really it would be a year around, all 12 months it would be growing.
Mr. Roundtree, do you live in the house on the property?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
So then by code, Mr. Chairman, it's considered a home garden. And a home garden does allow the sale on site of whole, uncut, fresh food and horticultural products that are grown on site. It does allow it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Goransky, does he need a Kansas City occupational license or special permits from the city or county?
They would need a business license more than likely, yes. The occupational license, yeah.
And then, of course, a tax number to collect tax or what?
That's right.
Well, I'm just one board member, but I like what you're doing here. But man, it's just really big. So that's I'm a little hesitant on that, on just the sheer size of it. Can I hear you say there was no other alternative structure size-wise?
No, that's the frame comes 34 feet wide. The bows do. The length could be shortened, but I do, in one of the site plan, I more than meet all the setbacks from property, boundaries and stuff. And so that's, just using the footprint from last year, that's the size that we chose to go with, which was a little bit longer, like 6 feet longer than last year. But that was to give room for benches and stuff, that just using the original footprint from last year's garden. But still meeting all the setback requirements and like I said, it's just pretty much one side that really sees it. We do have a 6-foot perimeter fence. It is secured completely around. So
I don't know the percentages, but I know on some of the larger, more rural lots in the city limits, we have in the past granted some sizable increases in accessory buildings over the years. And you've got a pretty good sized lot, a lot of tree coverage. It's big, but.
How big is the lot again?
It's 0.86 acres. So I've got 37,461 square feet. So with total structures, I'm coming in at 4,486. So I'm right about 12% of lot space will be structures, which is way under the limits. Again, I try to keep the beautification. There's a lot of raised beds and flowers, the different butterfly gardens. We're trying to make it aesthetically pleasing to the community that we're in, Bell Acres here, to go with the theme that's here, which is pretty open and nice. I like the idea that everybody's got 1 acre lots pretty much, and so we're sticking with that.
Well, Mr. Roundtree, I too wholly support the concept. I've got a son who's a big supporter of sustainable agriculture, and but this would, in my view, would set a very difficult precedent for us when people with much smaller parcels could point to this and say, hey, what about this one?
Mm-hmm.
That's a big concern for me. Any other questions from board members?
Can I ask a question, maybe Joe or Jamie? Is this proposed structure larger than the principal structure on the lot?
I'm gonna have to defer to Jamie.
Yeah, that's a good question. Could you confirm the square footage of your home? I apologize.
Yes, it's 1,000 square foot home with we have right now 4 outbuildings as of now, but 2 will be demolished.
So, how do you consider it an accessory structure, I guess, if it's larger than the house? I'm not, a question for staff, I think.
Oh.
I suppose it would not be, I guess it would have to be subordinate in nature, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would make it the principal structure on the lot, right?
Yes, it would.
Principal structure is based on size alone, not activities? Or the,
By definition, an accessory structure has to be subordinate in area, extent, and purpose to the principal structure.
Right, yeah. That's the definition of an accessory use. So I think it would be my opinion that it can't be larger than the principal structure. But I'm happy to hear if Jamie or Joe have a difference of opinion on that.
Well, I'm trying to see real quick if agricultural uses are permitted as a principal use, because that would help resolve the question.
Yeah.
Just bear with me.
While he's thinking about that, to the applicant, have you given thought to whether there is any way to attach this to your residence? And I don't know if that's even possible, but I don't know what the effect of that would be on what you're doing here and what the code says. I'm just throwing it out there.
Let's let staff do some research and Roundtree think about that and take a 5-minute break.
Sounds good. Okay.
I have lost video.
what's that, Tom?
I have lost the video.
I can see you okay.
There you are. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I think everybody just turned their video off when they are gonna do whatever they're doing.
Got it. Thank you.
You bet. I'm gonna finish my hummus wrap real quick and step out of the screen, turn the screen off.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Tony, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, no problem. All right, I think we're all back, and let's go first to Joe. It looks like he's found some information.
Yeah, so to answer the question that's been brought up, there's a question as to whether the agricultural use of the property could be permitted as a principal use. And what we're looking at here on the screen is the list of permitted principal uses. The highlighted text here shows us that crop agriculture is permitted on this property. The S means that a special use permit is required for on-site sales. So I previously said an SUP, the on-site sales was allowed. That's when we thought it was a home garden. But if we call it a crop agriculture principal use, then on-site sales would require a special use permit. It would then be allowed. This is R7.5, which is the subject property zoning. That means it's an allowed use as a principal use, and you could consider the house then to be an accessory to the crop agriculture use.
Mr. Round.
In which case there would be no, the only standards in 312, which I'm happy to go to, are, bear with me just a second. These are the standards in 312. There are some standards related to setbacks. It says that the buildings and structures must comply with the accessory structure setback requirements that apply in the subject district. It doesn't say accessory structure footprint requirements, just the setback.
So, Mr. Roundtree, you were aware of the special use permit option, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
One other thing I'd like everyone to know is that, you know, meeting all the guidelines, not just for Kansas City, but also, again, the USDA and NCRS, the structure itself, when I first submitted it, is a temporary structure. The poles are placed 42 inches in the ground, so they can be removed. It's not a permanent on a concrete foundation or et cetera. The posts are actually planted in the ground and can be pulled back out of the ground. So it's what they consider a temporary high tunnel. So that's one other thing I just wanted to put out there for the knowledge.
Mr. Roundtree, I would be against this accessory structure would have been on a smaller property. I mean, you've got almost an acre. And I looked at the surrounding neighbors. There's not many people around you. Everyone else has got large acreage too. But I kind of supported Mr. Kelleher when he said, you know, if we grant this variance, it kind of sets precedent. But my thoughts would be it sits on such a big piece of property in a very rural district that I don't think anyone's going to notice.
I'd like to just repeat, as I recall, a lot of the properties further up north, I think we've granted some similar variances relative to the size of the property. And maybe larger if we looked into it. It's difficult. And I guess it sounds like there's two ways to go about it. One would just be this variance. Are we stuck with this not being allowed because it's larger than the principal use without the special use permit approach?
No, let me be clear. This is Joe. We can consider knowing, if we had known what we know now,
right,
we would have probably advised the customer that they don't need a variance at all, because the greenhouse itself is the principal building, because the use is an allowed principal use, and the house is merely accessory to the agricultural use. So, I mean, the issue would be is that the existing house would then be larger than 200 square feet. So it'd be kind of the reverse, that the house itself may need a variance then. So I would suggest that the board maybe continue it for a month and let staff evaluate all of that and make sure that we have our ducks in a row in terms of what actually needs a variance, whether it's the existing house or whether, I mean, I'm confident that we can call this a principal use, the agricultural use, but I would like some time to evaluate the existing house and whether he would need a variance for that.
Mm-hmm.
I like making sure that we've given somebody every opportunity to get where they want to be.
And we don't want to have any unintended consequences by calling his house an accessory structure. I don't know what those might be in the code, but let's think through that too.
Yeah.
So do I have a motion to continue this case? Well, I guess I should ask Mr. Roundtree if he has any objection to a continuance for this purpose to look at this further.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Do I have a motion to continue case 100 to February 9th, 2021?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, chair votes with the motion. We'll see you on February 9th, Mr. Roundtree.
Thank you all.
Docket 17 is case number 101. The address is 611 East 46th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting the applicant right now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Erin Hilton with Retouch, and I'm representing the homeowners Lanson Sonia Harshberger.
Okay, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have you had a chance to review the staff report on this matter?
Yes, I have.
There are 9 exhibits listed in the staff report. Do you have any objection to their admission?
I don't have any objections, but it should be noted that the drawings are posted twice.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, so with that note, the administrative exhibits will be admitted. Jamie, would you proceed with the PowerPoint, please?
Absolutely. Okay, we have case number 17. There's a request for a variance for side and rear yard setbacks at 611 East 46th Street. The applicant is proposing a rear setback variance of 10 feet and a side yard setback variance of 2.9 feet in order to remove and replace an existing garage and deck at the rear of the home. The property is in the Midtown area. More specifically, it is just east of the corner of Rock Hill Road and 46th Street. To orient yourself, you'll notice this is the Nelson Atkins property here to the west. Here is a rendering of the proposed garage and deck on the home. And the plot plan associated with this project, the proposed garage, again, at the rear of the home here. You'll notice it's a relatively narrow lot for the kind of the size of the structure. And this is a historic neighborhood that does have some design and aesthetic considerations that I know were pertinent to the choices of where the garage is being located. And I'll let the applicant speak, excuse me, speak a little bit more to that. The first request is for the rear setback. There's a requirement of 30 feet from the rear property line. They're proposing a setback of 20 feet for a variance of 10 feet or about 67%. And the second request is for the side yard setback. The requirement is about 7.5 feet based on the width of the lot, which is 10% of the lot width. and they're proposing 2.9 feet. So they're requesting about 4 feet, 7.2 inches, or about 39% variance there. I would be happy to answer any questions on this case or let the applicant speak on their behalf.
Questions for staff from board members? Seeing none, Ms. Hilton, would you tell us why we should grant this request?
Yeah, so you can see from the rendering, there is one garage door that is on the lower level on the left side. That's an existing garage. That's the only garage on the property. For the size of the home, a single car garage is not really adequate. So owners had asked to add a second two-car garage essentially to make a 3. They have plans in the future to eliminate that existing garage to become an indoor-outdoor space. But for the time being, it would be 3 cars with a storage facility kind of attached to that. Our plan is staying in line with the edge of the existing porch. So it sounds like a tight setback, but we're really just continuing what is existing further south on the lot. It should also be noted that the neighbor directly to the east, their home is 40 feet about from their property line. So from the neighboring property, it would be 43 feet and not 3 feet from it. So it looks tight when you're looking just at the site plan, but in context, we do have quite a bit of space there. That neighbor is also working on selling their home, and the homeowners have been in discussion with them about actually potentially purchasing some of that lot space that is between them as well, but that has not been approved at this time.
Have you spoken to the other neighbors about their?
Yes, they went to the homeowners. Sonia, she's on the call and she can speak as well if you'd like her to, but they did go to the homeowners association, neighborhood association, and have shown them the renderings, and they were pleased with them.
Okay.
We're
We've
also
gone to the historical committee,
Yeah,
so you
that's
might
Sonia.
mention that, Aaron.
Yeah, we're on the docket as well to be formally reviewed by the historical association as well.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant from board members? If none, I would ask anybody in the audience who wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this application to raise their hand now.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Seeing none, does any board member have any further questions or comments or motions?
Mr. Chair, I would move in case number, just 101?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move in case number 101 that the board approve the request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your application has been granted. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
your time.
Case number 18 is, or docket number 18 is case number 102. The property address is 1247 West 56th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
I promoted the applicant.
Ms. Blaine, would you raise your right hand and state your name for the record?
Gretchen Blaine.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, do you have any objection to the admission of the administrative exhibits listed on page 3 of the staff report?
No, I do not.
We'll show those exhibits admitted.
Chairman Kelleher, this is Sarah. I just want to highlight again, this is a fence case, so we need to add chapter 27 to the list of exhibits. I don't see it listed there.
Okay.
And I think that brings us to 10 exhibits, right? Total.
Yeah.
The number is a little bit off there, but
So you were breaking up a little bit, Sarah. What is Exhibit 11?
It would be chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances. That's where the fence regulations are contained.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jamie, would you proceed with the PowerPoint, please?
Yes. All right, so what we have before you is a request for a special exception for fence height at a property located at 1247 West 56th Street. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot fence in the front and side yards where a 4-foot fence is permitted. The property is located in kind of the western portion of Midtown. More specifically, it is just east of State Line Road on the south side of West 56th Street. The applicant has provided kind of sample images from other properties in the area that have a similar style fence, as well as what renderings of what they are proposing. They are requesting a 6-foot fence, again, in the rear or in the front and side yards, where typically 4 feet would be required. And this is the style, kind of a wrought iron with masonry posts style fence. Again, they're requesting a 6-foot tall fence, so it's a 50% increase over what is required by code. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions or let the applicant speak about the project.
Jimmy, refresh my recollection. Where is the measurement taken? It appears that this fence is, for example, on top of a rock wall. So they measure just from the top of the rock wall to the top of the fence, correct?
I do believe that that's accurate.
Okay. Any questions of staff from board members? If not, we'll ask the applicant to tell us why we should grant this request.
Certainly. This request on behalf of the homeowners is to create a new fence that encloses both their existing primary residence lot as well as a second lot that they have purchased that is directly adjacent to it. As part of constructing a continuous fence along what is a corner lot property as well as a center lot property, they want to tie the fence into the aesthetic of the directly adjacent properties, which is what you saw in the pictures that Jamie shared. However, due to the cost and the duration of constructing a stone 2-foot base along the entire perimeter of the property, they're requesting to match the height of the fence across the street at 6 foot with a style that matches the fence of the property across the street without constructing the stone wall effectively.
So are you saying the actual fence proposed is itself taller than the adjacent fence? It just doesn't have a rock wall beneath it.
Right, so the fence request that they have is to construct what would be a 6-foot iron fence. This is a very steeply sloping site as from where all of the residences sit down to 56th Street. And so a 6-foot fence is almost the norm across 56th Street in this section of Kansas City, Missouri. The adjacent properties have a historic 2-foot stone wall across the front, and the property in question does not.
Can staff tell us if we've approved all these other fences that do not meet code?
I am uncertain of that. I would have to look into each individual case. Some of them may have been in place prior to those regulations being adopted as well. I'm not certain.
Okay.
Ms. Blaine, so the home that was torn down maybe 6 months ago, maybe even a year ago, on the south side of 56th Street. That is your resident, or that's your person who owns it, the Hargroves?
Yes, the Hargroves own that property as well, but they live in what would be considered the primary residence on the corner of 56th and Grassmere. Mrs. Hargroves is on the call. Amy is here if you would like to speak to her directly as well.
And again, to you, since you're the architect or representing them, the fence from the ground up would be 6 feet.
Correct.
That's good. If you want to put her on, that's fine, but that answered my question.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that is anxious to speak in for or in favor of or in opposition to this application? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Hargroves has raised their hand.
Okay.
You're muted, Mr. Hargroves.
Yeah, I don't have anything additional to add. It just raised my hand to be available. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, board members? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I do have.
Chairman Kelleher, in case number 102, I recommend the.
Hold on.
I did have a question, if I could. I just wanted to be clear that the only purpose of the additional height on the fence is aesthetic. Well, not that, it's aesthetic and cost of a stone retaining wall or a wall with a fence on top. Those are the two reasons for the request.
Those are the two primary reasons for the request, but there is also a security concern within the height because of how steeply the slope of the existing grade is as it comes down towards 56th Street. Within a couple of feet, the primary yard has sloped up nearly the 2 feet that the retaining wall would be constructed.
What security concern? Have there been issues in the past?
There have not been notable issues, but it is a large lot with a lot of traffic. And so it is trying to maintain the same level of security that adjacent neighbors are able to provide.
Mr. Chair, this is Joe. To answer the earlier question about the fences nearby, whether they've been received special exceptions, we do have record of some BZA cases on the property to the west and the property to the north, but they were not special exceptions for fences. They were variances for buildings.
On the retaining wall issue, if they built the wall here, wouldn't that also just be considered to be a part of the fence? I mean, that's
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that section of the ordinance, chapter 27, it regulates fences and walls. So we would look at it cumulatively.
Right.
Yep.
I was asking the question because I guess I'm broke and I'm not seeing a hardship. I'm seeing an interest in what you want, but I don't see a hardship here or any evidence to demonstrate a hardship.
Yeah, this is Jeff Hargroves. We have had security issues.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but I haven't sworn you in. Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And we cannot see you if that matters to you.
Yeah, my video dropped off right before I started talking. Sorry about that.
No problem. Go ahead.
To the security question, we did have a couple of break-ins about 2 or 3 years ago, and so I do think having a 6-foot height is better than having a 4-foot height, and not being the easiest house to break in on the block. It is something that the fence provides. So yeah, just wanted to add that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Hargrove about the 6-foot fence. Is it going to be the same height as all the other fences?
It is. It's our goal is to match the neighborhood, and those other fences are 6 foot high.
Are they 6 foot because they're on top of the wall, or are they 6 foot period?
The one directly across the street is 6 foot wall plus fence. We could take a quick peek at the pictures that are in exhibit. I don't recall the 2 other ones that are just slightly up 56th Street. I don't think they all have wall underneath them.
So with the wall, that makes it a 4-foot fence?
Yeah. Gretchen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case.
That's correct, but as staff mentioned earlier, a wall plus a 4-foot fence is not viewed differently than a 6-foot fence in total height. So the one picture that you see in the bottom right-hand corner is just to the northeast of the property directly across the street from the Hargroves residence, and that's where they have a full 6-foot tall fence without the wall. So they're both of the precedent images that are shown here are effectively directly across the street from Mr. Hargroves.
Thank you.
Drive that area at least once a week, and I really feel that fence across the street from Mr. Hargroves is taller than 6 foot. But it's been there forever. I mean, truly forever. So, and there's a house at the corner of 56th and Ward Parkway that's got a 6-foot fence. They're all along that street. Not that that matters, not that we should exempt them for that, but everyone's got one over there.
Yeah, I appreciate the trying to keep in line with the neighborhood. I know we're skeptical of 6-foot fences, but when it's a wrought iron one like these are in this neighborhood, I think it's a little bit different story. And to me, there is something to be said for the notion of if every one of these homes has a 6-foot fence and you're the one with the 4-foot fence, makes your home a little bit more accessible than your neighbors.
Any other questions, comments, or is there a motion?
Chairman Kelleher, if no other board members have motions or questions, in case number 102, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in the course of the site plan and staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your application has been granted. Good luck.
Thank you.
Docket number 19, case number 25, property address 8729 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
Continued to February 9th, it says here, Chairman Kelleher.
I see that.
Yeah, this one still has to go to Planning Commission before it can come before you all.
Okay. Do I have a motion to continue case number 25 to February 9th, 2021 without fee?
Colby.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This case is continued.
Jamie, did you hear from those other two cases? Would that we continue, we kind of let those slide?
I believe there was one, docket number 11, and Joe, I know that you reached out to them. Did they?
Yeah, his wife is online. He was for a while, but he had to jump off, but his wife is still online, available for docket 11.
Okay.
Okay, we'll call that after the next case. So where were we? Did we ask for the applicant to raise its hand?
That's
No,
on
we're
case
docket 20.
34. Yeah,
Yeah.
docket 20.
Yes, item 20, case number 34, 7445 Prospect Avenue. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
Jamie, I don't see Mr. Ruoff in the list of attendees.
I don't either. I don't recall seeing him on today at all.
What do you recommend, staff?
I think we should, did he give you any indication, Jamie, that he wasn't going to be here, or?
I haven't heard from them.
Okay. I think that the board, my recommendation is to continue it 1 month, just to make sure he's aware.
Okay, is there a motion to continue case 34 to February 9th, 2021?
Mr. Chair, someone's raised their hand. Perhaps they want to testify on the continuance.
Okay,
I'm not sure. I'll promote Diane Hirschberger.
Hello, my name is Diane Hirschberger. Oh,
do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Please proceed.
My name is Diane. My name is Diane Hirschberger. I live at 8740 Brooklyn. I am representing 4 different neighborhood organizations that have been on this call since 1 o'clock, and with various people to testify against this project. The CPC has recommended not to approve the special use permit. Not only are we have representatives of organizations and individuals also of a neighboring business. And the applicant has not reached out to any of our organizations since the CPC to address any of concerns. And I would speak against the continuance.
Thank you very much. Does any board member have any questions for the witness?
Chairman Kelleher, with that testimony and the applicant not reaching out to anybody, I might throw out that we move that this case be denied. I'm not saying that yet, but I'm thinking about it.
Would we not have to move to dismiss it rather than deny it since we haven't heard evidence?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Did not dismiss it.
Mr. Chair, there was an additional person that had raised their hand, G. Gowan.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Well, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually Gina Gowan.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Please proceed.
I'm Gina Gowan. I'm the Vice President of Alpha Point, located at 7501 Prospect Avenue. And I've actually been on the line to testify in opposition to this special use permit application. and the proposed construction at 7445 Prospect. Would you like me to add my opposition remarks?
Well, I don't know that that's necessary unless you really want to or not. I mean, have you got anything to add to what Mr. Hirschberger's already said?
Other than Alpha Point's the largest employer of people who are blind in the state of Missouri. We have over 200 employees at the location of 75th and Prospect. Over half of them are blind and visually impaired. And we don't believe that this is a good business to add to our corner. It's potentially dangerous for our employees. We have the northwest corner of our property we sold to the KCATA, where the southernmost bus hub, the Prospect Max, was built. We are in the process of working with our neighborhood groups and the city on a redevelopment plan to bring in good businesses to the area that are going to benefit our community members. Since the end of 2019, the Metro Patrol Station that is located directly behind Alpha Point has been serving as a detention center for incarcerated and detained individuals who are released almost on a daily basis.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I mean, right now, I think it's really only appropriate to take testimony on whether or not the board is going to grant the continuance. I think we're getting into the merits of the case with this testimony.
I think you're correct. We really can't take testimony on all of the aspects of the case if we're going to continue it. But we also have a motion to dismiss pending. So I appreciate you being here and saying what you had to say.
Sure, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You bet. So we have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
I second it.
A second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed?
One opposition? And chair votes with the motion. The matter is dismissed.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Case item number 21, case number 47. Address is 9700 North Polo Drive. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Mr. Chair, I don't see this applicant either. I'm not sure what's going on with it today, but he's not on. Jamie, do you know? Sorry, Jamie, do you know if there's someone besides Riyadh that will be?
Not to my knowledge.
Chairman Kelleher, Riyadh's on the next case, which wanted to be continued to February 9th. I would probably move this guy to February 9th with no fee on a continuance.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Case numbers 47 and 51 are continued to February 9th without fee.
We're going to go back to those previous cases now.
Oh, yes, thanks for reminding me. Docket number 11, case number 88. The property address is 114 East 70th Terrace. Is the applicant present? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I'm promoting Jesse Kelly.
Okay.
Randy, do you know what page?
93.
You're the best.
What was that again? You cut out. Page number?
93.
Thank you.
I think I lied to you. When I do the tab, it says case number 11, but it says item number 10 in the,
It's, yeah, what's toward
it
the
has the
beginning,
correct
right?
name.
I don't have it.
Yeah, so 93 was correct.
93.
In the project box, it does say item number 10, but the footer says number 11.
That one.
Joseph, I don't see our applicant, am I? Oh, there she is.
He's on.
Hi, Mr.
Hi.
Do you solemnly swear testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Jesse Kelly.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to review the staff report in this matter?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the 13 administrative exhibits listed on page 3?
No.
We'll show those exhibits as admitted. And Jamie, you're on tap again.
Yes, I think for the last time today. What we have before you is a variance for building separation for a property located at 114 East 70th Terrace. The applicant is proposing a detached garage structure separated 8 feet 9 inches from the primary structure, excuse me, which is less than the required 10 feet of separation between accessory and primary structures. This project is located kind of in the southern central part of the city. More specifically, it is just west of the intersection of Rock Hill Road and East 70th Terrace. As you can see from kind of their proposed plan, they have a garage structure planned. It is meeting other setbacks from the side and the rear. However, to meet that rear setback and the side setback, they are just slightly too close to the primary structure of the house on the property. Again, it's 8 feet 9 inches where 10 feet is required. So again, it's a 1 foot 3 inch variance, or about 12.5% they're requesting for this building separation. And with, oh, I apologize. With that, I would take questions on this case or let the applicant speak on the project's behalf.
Questions from board members? Ms. Kelly, why don't you tell us why we should grant your application?
Perfect summary, Jamie. Just that because of the setback requirement for that to be 4 feet off of the power line, which the existing structure was closer to that, in order for us to have a structure that is parkable for a car to fit inside of it, we just need the extra 15 inches.
Okay. Questions for the applicant from board members?
Just one real quick one, Jesse, is 4 feet's an unusual easement size. Typically they're 5. Are you sure you've got enough room back there?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Based on the that part was already approved. Yeah, that permit has been approved.
Okay. Okay.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify in support of or in opposition to this application? If so, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, someone named Misty Castiker. I'm going to promote them.
Thank you.
Are we doing anything?
Well, we're not able to see or hear.
Oh, she's working on it.
Looks like it.
She should have audio. It appears to me that there's audio.
Okay, Misty, can you hear me?
You're on mute, Misty.
Let's try this again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, very good. Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name's Misty Calvin Castecker,
What's your address?
109 East Dartmouth Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64113.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
I'm actually an adjacent property owner catty corner on the rear section. And I recently have redone my garage, which is a shared garage with the neighbor directly behind the Kellys. And my concern was on the diagram, it looks like an additional storage shed being built onto the back of the garage. And so my concern is that storage shed is then going to be in the easement because they've already poured the concrete slab, which is still directly under the power lines. So I didn't know if that was going to be, cut off to accommodate that storage shed.
Jesse, can you address that, please?
That permit has been approved also, and we don't plan on in order to accommodate I have to make sure I have this correct. In order to accommodate the 4 feet from the roof line, we were going to, so that we could have some storage space, have like not the roof go all the way over there, but just, I think that's how it is drawn, so that we could still have that additional space, but the roof line would still be 4 feet off of the power line.
Staff, would you comment on the site plan? Is this accurate enough for us to approve? In other words, does it show the concern that Misty has raised? Or in other words, shouldn't it show that it does not create the problem that Misty is asking about?
Jamie, can you share the plan and respond
Yes,
to that?
give me one moment to get that pulled up from.
Because technically this slab had been poured and it's still in the easement. It's not 4 feet from the power lines. So if they leave it as is and then do the storage shed, they're basically building in the part where basically our easement, and we had to move forward 4 feet. So that's what I'm getting at.
What kind of an easement is it?
For the power lines, we're just like 4 houses down from the end of the street. And so all the power lines come above. And, obviously it's an older neighborhood and everybody's garages are in bad shape. And ours was kind of facilitated having to be replaced due to their garage. But we went ahead and took care of ours and moved it forward. And there's a nice open space that's, the right way, 4 feet from the power lines on our side. And currently they have the slab poured and it's still in the same place as the old garage. And so with that addition of that storage shed on the back, if I'm reading the plans correctly, it's going to stick out 2 feet, which is basically going to be back in the space where we had to move out of.
Well, I need somebody who's better at reading plans to
So I would state that the permit has been approved already and that we are only searching for the variance on the additional few inches that we need so that we can park the car. So the permit for this structure has been approved.
Yeah, but I know it was poured before the permit was approved. This was
Right.
done after the fact.
We remedied that with the city already.
Then I would pose no storage shed on the back, because then that's going to impede into the easement where we had to, come out of.
Chairman Kelleher, that's not our responsibility. They've been issued a building permit. All we're doing is granting the 15-inch variance between the corner of the garage and the house.
I'm not sure how this permit got okayed with it being in the easement.
I have a question for staff. Joe, the city doesn't regulate construction within an easement, do they? Isn't that between the property owner and the entities that have rights to that easement?
I'm actually looking at what I think is the permit for detached residential accessory building, and Kimberly Wells did the zoning review. And according to her comments, she stated that they needed to show the 4-foot utility easement across the rear property line on the site plan. And I'm certainly not saying that Mrs. Kelly is wrong, but it does not appear to me that this permit's been issued yet. The review that Kimberly issued was on October 21st, and that was she failed that review, which means it's not ready until those comments are rectified. It's not ready for a permit.
Kevin, what'd you say? Sorry, my husband's looking.
I'm happy to share my screen so everyone can see what I'm looking at, if that would help.
Derek who? Sorry.
Joe, this is Tom Grants. I know from experience you can't build under a power line.
We will be off of the power line.
Well, there may be law that allows you to build or put a slab within the easement, with the understanding that if they ever want to exercise their rights, they can tear it out. But the other issue addressed by Mr. Gronzik is also a consideration. I mean, if you go ahead and build with the permit that was issued mistakenly, you could end up having to tear it down.
So Chairman Kelleher, I'm going to come back to you and say, we're not ready to decide on this case today. There's too many ifs. I think we postpone it for a month.
I think you're correct. Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue case number 88 to February 9th, 2021. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Figure it out. You will see you again in a month.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You bet.
Jamie, the other case. Is Jamie still with us?
Yes, I am.
Jamie, yeah, we had another case, didn't we? Like, was it 13 or 14?
I don't believe so. According to my list, we've heard everything else that was mine.
I think we thought there was no one present, but then they turned up at the last minute.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you.
So we have one more of Jamie's cases, docket number 23, case number 7. The address is 5005 Swope Parkway. Another request for a recommendation for continuance without a fee. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second, Evans.
All in support signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Case number 7 is continued to February 9th, 2021 without fee. Item number 24, docket 24, is case number 95. The property address 6810 Edgevale Road. Is the applicant present? If so, please raise your hand.
Continue to February 9th, it says, Chairman.
Yeah, the applicant has requested continuance on this case.
And without fee, is that correct?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to continue case number 95 to February 9, 2021 without fee?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes with the motion. That's case number 95 is continued to February 9th, 2021 without fee. Docket 25 is case number 50. The property address is 1320 West 39th Street. The applicant is present. Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, I promoted the applicant, Jarrett Dunn.
Mr. Dunn, would you state your name for the record?
My name is Jarrett Dunn.
You solemnly swear a testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have you had a chance to review the list of administrative exhibits contained in your staff report?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to their admission?
No.
Show all of those administrative exhibits admitted. Zach, are you prepared to give us the PowerPoint?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, good evening, board members. I'll try to be brief with my presentation. Give me just a moment. So this final case is a request for a special use permit located along 39th Street. The applicant is requesting to operate a brewery, and the zoning is B3-2. And the brewery is considered to be an artisanal food and beverage manufacturing use, and requires a special use permit within the B3-2 zoning district. So that's why this is before you today. So as I mentioned, this is located along 39th Street. A little more specifically, this is on the north side of West 39th Street. And this is, there's an existing building on the site currently with Terrace Street running on to the west of the site. And some of the surrounding land uses, there's a multifamily apartment to the immediate north. And then it appears to be either a multifamily or single family residence to the east. And then most of the other uses along 39th Street are commercial or multifamily residential in nature. So this is looking north at the existing building. It most recently has operated as a retail clothing store. And then this is looking at the rear of the building, looking east. So this is kind of an idea of the parking that's provided currently. There's 6 spaces and 1 curb cut. And then this is looking at the rear of the building itself. There's an employee entrance and then a loading dock as well. So one thing that staff has mentioned before I get any further, staff has recommended installing some sort of visual screening such as a fence along this north property line to kind of better separate the uses between the residential here and the proposed brewery itself. So this is a floor plan looking at the proposed interior of the building. There's 3 beams that run along sort of the center of the building. The applicant has proposed putting all the production equipment kind of on what would be the right side of the building when you walk in off of 39th Street. So this gives you a little bit better perspective. This is the interior of the building. As I mentioned, the center posts here. So the equipment would be on the right-hand side here, and then the rest of the site would primarily be used as a tap room. So in terms of some operating characteristics, the building itself is 3,200 square feet. The applicant has stated tentatively that the operating hours be from 4 p.m. to midnight, Wednesday through Saturday. And then production of the of the product would be 90% on site in the tap room and 10% retail sales. And then all the production equipment and products would be located within the building itself. So I won't go through all this, but staff has reviewed the use itself in terms of the artisanal food and beverage manufacturing and believes that this use that's proposed before you complies with all the artisanal food and beverage manufacturing criteria. And doesn't believe that it will create any sort of negative detriment that will violate this criteria. Staff has also received some concerns and support, and I just wanted to kind of make you aware of this briefly. Some of the major concerns or kind of the recurring concerns that I've heard are primarily due to traffic. Some neighbors have been concerned about parking. It's already somewhat tight on the street. Visual screening from the neighborhood is another concern. Light shining into adjacent buildings, and then noise created. And then staff has received some support in terms of excitement for a new brewery and supporting local business as well. So the applicant has also provided a couple kind of mock-ups of proposed fencing along the rear of the building, as I mentioned earlier. This is one on the top here that kind of shows one option. And then a second one is below here, just showing the fence below. And so in terms of the special use criteria as well, I won't go through all this, but staff has reviewed all of the special use permit criteria and believes that this use complies with all of the special use approval criteria. And staff believes that this overall is a good use and a good fit and appropriate use for this site, given its context. So staff is supportive of this and recommended approval. And this went to CPC last week, and they recommended approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. And they did not make any modifications to those conditions. However, staff has reached out to the applicant and suggested seeking some sort of an alternative parking compliance or an alternative parking option. I believe that that would help alleviate some of the parking issues in the area. And there is a large parking lot directly to the west here. Staff has recommended getting kind of a shared parking agreement. I think that would help alleviate some of the neighborhood's concerns. So I just wanted to point that out. And so that I can answer any questions you might have, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Zach, explain to us who's contacted you with these concerns?
Yeah, I've actually attached all of the emails, all of the communications I've received in the staff report. It should be on the last 2 or 3 pages of the staff report. And I'm going to stop sharing just a moment. I'll try to pull up some of those names specifically.
Are there any neighborhood groups or associations?
Yes, there are, and I believe a number of them are on the line wanting to testify.
Okay, Mr. Dunn, have you made any effort to meet with the neighbors and neighborhood associations to discuss your plans?
We had a open call prior to the meeting with the City Planning Commission. I expressed my intentions for the brewery. Not going to sell hard alcohol, not going to sell shots, not selling anybody else's beer, just the craft beer that we make. Zach's right. There were some people concerned about the added traffic in the neighborhood. There's a couple bars in that neighborhood. I don't know if you're familiar with it, Mr. Chair, but there's a lot of entertainment on that 39th Street. So there is quite a bit of traffic. So that seemed to be the key factor when we had our open conversation.
Just tell me more about this open call. Who was on it, et cetera?
We did a 300-yard radius, and I sent out letters to everybody that lived 300 feet around the building and told them what the intentions were. So I think we had, I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, maybe 20 people out of the 62 that we sent out.
Okay.
So it would have been property owners that were close by.
Well, the point I'm trying to make here is it sounds like there's a lot of testimony and opposition here today. And I would think it would be in your best interest to try and meet with those folks once again. And I think we can probably provide you with the names and organizations that might be represented. And I mean, we can proceed, but if we have a bunch of testimony and opposition, testimony which might be alleviated by your explanation of your plans, it would be in your best interest to continue the case and try and have another meeting where you would include everybody that's here today.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that, Mr. Chair. If that's what we want to do, that's what we want to do. Some of the opposition to the brewery, I won't be able to provide a solution for. I mean, if you know that area, there's a lot of traffic there. There's not any parking. There's bars across the street that don't have parking. So, I mean, a lot of the issues, I'm going to have a hard time getting solutions for, I believe, just to be candid with you. So if you want to continue, great. I get it. I understand.
Okay, well, that's just a thought. So I need, if the board would think that's the best course of action, I would need a motion. Otherwise, we'll go ahead with testimony from everyone.
One more question, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
I understand you reached out to proximal properties, but did you have any communication with the Volker Neighborhood Association?
Yeah, the president of the association, I'm drawing a blank. I think his name's Patrick. I could look it up. Phoned me and we had a long conversation about it. He was in support. He goes, "I will, off the record, support you." He was excited about it. Like Zach mentioned, there's a lot of people that are excited about it, and he thought it'd be a great fit for the neighborhood. He also thought a wine bar would be a great fit for the neighborhood. And then the alcohol czar, and put air quotes for that, in that little area in the neighborhood association reached out and said basically the same.
I still agree with the chair that not that a meeting is going to resolve all issues, but it's a lot easier for the board to make an appropriate decision if we are clear that everybody that's affected had a chance to understand the project clearly and had a moment to weigh in.
Joe, can we provide Mr. Dunn with a list of all those persons that are here to testify?
Yeah, we can, if they're willing to provide their contact information to him so he can reach out to them. Susan Casella has raised her hand. I know she lives in the vicinity, and there's a few, like I mentioned, a few other people online. Well, I personally don't have all of their, there's 7 people. We don't have all of their contact info. I do have Susan's, but that's it that I'm aware of.
So there are 7 persons who wish to testify, and I would think that they would provide Joe with their contact information if you want to meet with them, Mr. Dunn. But I guess the question from the board is, do you want to continue the case for a month to allow that to happen or not happen, as the case may be, or do you want to proceed with testimony right now?
Mark Evans, I'd prefer that Mr. Dunn get with some of those people. Perhaps he can get Volker Neighborhood Association or that representative go on the record saying yes. Because right now there's not a lot of support that we can look at, Mr. Dunn. And if you give yourself 30 days to try to get together a consensus, that will help your case in front of us.
Okay.
And additionally, clarity. It's one thing to say traffic, but what does that mean? You know, well, more detail, information about what objections are, what support is.
Okay, and then I would urge all those 7 people that are here online to testify to provide Joe Rexwinkle with your contact information so that you can be included in any of these efforts to meet. And with that said, do I have a motion to continue this matter to February 9th, 2021?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I do think don't you have to take testimony on if there's people here even on the continuance? Sarah?
Sarah?
I don't know that it's required, but it might not be a bad idea to find out if folks who've been on the call since, 1 o'clock, if they have objections. It's up to you.
Well, I don't want to take any testimony on the merits, but if anybody has a short statement about why you would oppose a continuance, please raise your hand.
Okay, I'm promoting Susan, Patrick. Sorry, there's two others. I lost their names in the mix of people. Susan and Patrick is all I see right now that I've been able to promote.
Yeah, I was lost for a moment. Okay.
Sorry, this is Patrick. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I am the president of the neighborhood association that Jarrett mentioned, and yes, we did have a chat. There was some confusion about a few points.
Patrick, I need to interrupt you so
No
that
problem.
you can raise your right hand and be sworn.
My right hand is raised.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
So I did have a very nice conversation with Jarrett. It was on a personal level. I did explain to him that although I am the president, we did not have an official position at that time. I don't feel as though we have enough information about everything that he presented in his meeting. And I think there's other facts that have come about. Basically, I'll just cut to the chase. I think a continuance makes a great amount of sense. I am committed as president of the BNA to work with Jarrett to see if we can come to a mutually agreeable position where we could provide our official support or at least know where we stand. There's just too many questions at the moment. So
thank you.
And maybe if I could encourage somehow for us to get on an earlier point in the docket. I know that's perhaps not in your control, but
well, I certainly hope we can do that. Bear in mind that this is one of the longest meetings we've had in many, many months. So.
Okay. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse.
Susan, do you have anything to add to that? Kaisela?
I would just say,
I need you to swear to testify. You solemnly swear to testimony you're about to give to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
yes, I do.
Okay, please.
I actually don't want it to be continued. I feel that, as Jarrett said, some of the issues are not things that are easily within his control or ability to resolve. And I feel that an understanding of the situation with the adjacent neighbors, it has not so far been presented. And so I want to see that presented. And, the last meeting we had with Mr. Dunn, he wrote a summary, which is in the documentation that you have, but it did not present the fact that he told the neighbors that his hours would close at 10 p.m. And so it's just that there are some issues.
Well, that's the purpose of getting you all together between now and February 9th, is so we can give everybody an opportunity to air all their concerns and get as specific as we can about what the problems may be, because, you know, to just simply say there are too many bars on this street is not helpful to us. We need to know more specific information.
Yes, well, I'm prepared with some specifics.
Okay.
Anyway.
Any questions of these witnesses from board members? I'm forgotten where we are. Did we have?
I think we have a motion and a second, if I recall.
Motion and a second to continue this matter until February 9th, 2021. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. We'll see you all again on February 9th.
Mr. Dunn, try to meet with these people. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
You bet.
Everybody be safe.
Rex, staff, have we got anything else to address today?
That's it. Just a few things today. That was it.
Okay. Well, for those of you who wish to stay on the line for the seminar on buying low and selling high by Tom, stick around.
Great.
Rain check, rain check.
Mine's a rain check.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe someday, Tom, but I think I'm done for today.
Yeah.
Me too. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
See ya.
Tom.
Take care.